Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, September the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William. Somebody in YouTube, if you could do the same for me, that'd be great. So, big news this morning, obviously, with Intel, guys. NVIDIA investing, that doesn't say up to, it does say $5 billion into Intel, INTC. So, Intel is up 30%. If you thought that Intel was going to keep moving higher, you could buy this one, INTW, an ETF designed specifically for Intel. You can see it's got double the move. Okay, double the move. Let's just take a look at it. I think it's cheap. Actually, it's about the same price, so it's not a big price advantage. A lot of times these ETFs are a lot cheaper than buying the stock itself. They're about the same price, but if you thought Intel was going to keep moving higher, say Intel moves 1%, this is going to move 2%. Thank you guys in our YouTube room. So, and just a quick, I don't know, Vince, if you heard me, we don't limit trades to standard hours. I mean, we start getting our data at 4 a.m. and I think we go to 8 p.m. Eastern time. So, it's up to your broker whether you can trade and outside the 9:30 to 4 o'clock hours. That's really got nothing to do with trade ideas. And somebody asked for a demo in our YouTube room. It is limited. I'm just going to warn you right at the top. It is limited. It's 15-minute delay. You can't really create your own scans, but at least you'll have an idea about what it looks like. Okay, so that was for Throttle 34 in our YouTube room. Even the strategies, it's like any other broker though, Vince. You have to go in at limit orders. You can do work pre-market, post-market, probably the same, but all brokers are the same. You cannot go in a market order. So you can use our program with Brokers Plus in the pre-market. Now, not if you're talking about automated strategies, no, but that'd be a pretty brutal thing to try to do anyway. Okay, if that's what you're talking about, yes. All right, let's continue. I think ETNB, I believe it's a buyout of some sort. Okay, just give me a moment. Got to find. Give me one moment, guys. I just lost something from my ID briefly. All right, so I think this is a buyout of some sort, ETNB. Roche. Now, Roche is entering into a definitive merger agreement with this 89 Bio. Okay, so that is nothing really to see now. All brokers are the same, though, Vince. Okay, this is not a limitation on trade ideas. All brokers that I'm aware of, anyway, do not allow you to purchase stock in the pre-market unless you go in a limit order, and that is for your protection, I guess. Okay. LASE is up and kind of holding through the 200-day moving average right now. The next high looking left, 405, achieves major milestone with successful anti-drone system test. You know what? I'm hard to believe, but I cannot find one. I don't see an ETF for the short side of Intel. Yeah, I'm so surprised. There's not a short. In other words, if you thought Intel was going to go down, you could buy the short version of the ETF, but there's not one. Okay. Okay. Thank you, D. Yeah. So there's not a short version of the ETF short version for Intel that I can find anyway. Why that would be good if you thought Intel was finally going to start dropping, you could buy that short ETF, but they don't have one that I could find anyway. ATCH is a continuation play from yesterday. Great day yesterday. Closed, yeah, not bad. Closed, not at the highs. Highs were 182. Closed down here at 162. So now it is above yesterday's high, and that is ATCH. Market is starting to fade somewhat. Market was in for last time I looked, the SPY was up about 5, but now the SPY is starting to fade. Still up 2.5 points, but starting to fade. Now there were a bunch of I saw a bunch of economic numbers coming out. Philly numbers, Philly Fed numbers. So jobless claims came out. I don't know. I'm just kind of looking at the numbers. Let's see if they came out at 8:30. So there was a reaction right there, guys. So I guess that started the downward trend in the SPY. The jobless numbers came out, and we had the Philly Fed manufacturing. All this is at 8:30. Philly Fed, but it's the jobless numbers that came out, guys. I guess it's causing the downward trend. AERT, I'm hearing this is under a dollar, guys. This is under a dollar, having a big pop right now. AERT signs a deal to expand new clients' AI capabilities. India footprint. This is out of China. Shortable for me. 33,000 shares in Interactive Brokers. Interesting. AQB, Aqua Bounty, another one of these ones that big pop in the pre-market, 269, but it is pulled back over a dollar, which is a big percentage drop from the highs in the pre-market. They are regaining NASDAQ compliance. Sorry. This was on the 17th, okay? On the 17th, which was yesterday. So I guess NASDAQ, I guess they did a reverse split of some sort, had to get over a dollar. So they have regained NASDAQ compliance for a while anyway. PBM, another one. I see these, but they look pretty brutal. 795, it got up to 460 now. I mean, it's still up 23%, a lot of volume. I didn't see any news on this one for PBM. Beam, another one, big pop up to 374, back down to 3 underneath the VWAP receives new U.S. patent covering Beam Global's phase change composite material for lithium ion batteries. So there's your news for Beam. AERT now over a dollar, guys. Well, it was over a dollar. So a little further on that news, enters into a multi-year partnership of up to $8 million to expand AI. I don't see any altcoin or digital asset management trades today or news releases today. There might be some, but I don't see any. I know there's companies investing a lot of money in either Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, or some altcoin. I don't see it. I don't see any today. New ones anyway. ASMG. Okay, so this is an example. This is ASML. So this is a two-time long for ASML. Not a lot of volume on it. So what's happening? ASML. So you can see this is up 6.8%. The other one's up about 13%. Don't see any news on this one. Just a chip maker, not a chip maker. Well, semiconductor equipment system. So sort of in the sector. The reason I say chip maker is because when I look at my IB headlines, this is what I see: chip makers rally as Nvidia. There's ASML, but so anyway, chip makers are in the sector or even on the periphery. I guess they're moving. AMD, I guess, got hit, right? AMD on the Nvidia investment into Intel news. There's the big rival. So let's take a look at SMH. SMH must be going higher right now. Sure, there you are. So there's the semis for the chip sector. What did I say? This is the symbol SMH. This is for the chip sector. So up 2.8%. Not too many earnings plays meeting my scans. Only one, NNDM. That's it. There will be a few others, but in the pre-market, that's the only one. Unity, U is wow. Look at this. U is Unity Software is taking a bit of a plunge here. So Unity Software stock falls after Meta unveils its own runtime engine. So if there's any support, near-term support for Unity, it could be here around 42.48. So not quite a dollar away. Here's the next low looking left on the daily chart. Takes that out, then the next low is 41.22 or so. But it continues down. This might show up in my large cap gappers down. Could show up. I almost feel like I wish I'd seen it right there. I would have taken it. You guys, I tell you, who live on the East Coast, are in a better time zone than me. I'd be having this trade wave up, and you start seeing some of these stocks start on their descent in the pre-market, and you see a sell flag there. I mean, is it going to be like this every single time? Of course not. But what time was that sell flag? That sell flag was at 6:30 Eastern time, 3:30 my time. So obviously I'm not up, but 6:30 is no problem for you guys on the East Coast. The other thing is you don't have to worry about the uptick rule. Not that this is down over 10%, but you don't have to worry about the uptick rule. All right. Well, let me take a look at XLE. Haven't I forgot to do that actually yesterday. XLE. Just want to see where. So, you know, getting stronger and stronger, guys. So it's moving away. Okay. So XLE is the major, in my opinion, the major ETF for energy. Okay, the energy sector. So you can see it is moving away. A long, 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 long time to get over that 200-day moving average. We had a few days, a couple of weeks ago, it did pop up, and then we had a big drop, but it's starting to move away again. But How's healthcare? XLV. How is healthcare doing? Almost. A couple of days. Actually, one day it actually did finish above, close above, but then the next day below, still below, and sort of moving away a little bit. Staples was the other one that was kind of close. XLP, sorry. Yeah, you can see Staples is still underneath. Touched the 200-day moving average yesterday. It's still underneath. I think materials might have been no. So I think so. Right now, as we speak, two of the sectors, major sectors, are still below the 200-day moving average. Very close to the 200-day, but still below. That's healthcare and Staples. Yeah, Lays on the move. So it's breaking through that 200-day moving average. And we did have some news announcing a milestone and I guess shooting down drones. All right, lost my little list here. Hasn't happened for a while. Let's see, do a reset, see if that helps immediately. Okay, I'm not sure I mentioned this one, but this is APVO. APVO soars after billionaire investor discloses a stake. Who was that billionaire investor? Hedge fund billionaire Steve Cohen. Okay, he's the guy who owns the Mets. Has a big stake in the Mets. Disclosing a 9.1% stake in this company, APVO. Wow, low float. Must have been disclosed after hours yesterday. You can see the after hours move for APVO, that mauve area on my 15-minute chart. That is after hours. Pre-market, the 10 area, so holding its gains. But when you look left, you see all these little areas. It could stall. It looks a little different on the weekly chart. Obviously, the big level. Now it's far away from that, but I mean a huge level for it to try to take out at some point would be 389 on that weekly chart, because then on the weekly chart, the next high is around 13. So holding the VWAP also, APVO holding the VWAP. How do you get the colors on the bars? I mean, are you talking about these colors here? Like, if you're looking at my single stock window, it happens automatically. Okay, it's just I think it's green if it's over 50%, and it's red if it's under 50%. It just happens automatically. And well, it depends, of course, what these are position and ranges. So, it depends on what you're, obviously these ones do not have the colored bar. But these are the position and ranges. So the position and ranges will have those colored bars. So I've got my position near range, 10-day, pre-market, etc. These are all customizable. Okay, all customizable. They're just filters. Okay. So yeah, the single stock window is all customizable. These are just filters. This is what I like to see. Okay. I'm sharing a variation of this. So if you wanted it, you can have it. But again, this is all customizable. I right click and configure. See, these are all these are all the filters that we've got. All these are all the filters that we've got. Okay. There's more of them, but there's more filters. But so you can pick a filter that you want to see. Yeah. So you don't have any position and ranges, Vince. Okay. So you don't have any position and ranges. I've got position and ranges. Okay. That's why these are just filters. Position in the 20-day range, as an example. These are just all they are filters. You pick a filter and you can add it. It's just what I happen to want to see. The fact you don't see them, you don't have that in your single stock window. That's all. If you want to add these. I mean, you don't have to. This is just what I like to see. I like to see these position and ranges. If you wanted to see something that looks like it, I think I'm sharing my single stock window. It may not look exactly, but you'll see position and ranges. If you understand what I'm saying, I mean, it's not. You don't have to have this if you don't care about uh, seeing where a stock is in a particular range. Okay. Arcat's on the move down, guys. Let's see. Arcat on the move down. They're doing a financing, 15.6 million share financing at 960. So it's a little bit above the financing price, RCAT, RCAT, a little bit above the financing price right now. So that is the reason why RCAT is starting to speak a bit. The place I'm hearing, REPL, wow, REPL has just absolutely got some mash. So they got feedback. FDA provided feedback, and obviously they don't like it. FDA's feedback not helping this stock at all. All right, guys, what I want to do now is get the layout I use starting at 9:30. So one moment, I'm just going to save my layout as always. Great habit to get into, guys. Save your layout when you leave, even if you don't think you've made any changes. Oops, get rid of this. I'll just close all my windows. Hey guys, as you see, I'm running three races now. Okay, these are the volatile ones, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, and these two are based on large caps, and this is the one I really pay attention to a lot. Large cap losers, and I will pay attention a little bit to the large cap gainers. These will be the super active ones over here. This is I'm just showing you this. This is sort of a subset of the pre-market actives up. Pre-market actives up subset meaning I only have the top six instead of the top 15 in this. So let's see if I've missed anything. There's the Intel. So Intel's starting to drop a bit because last time I looked, it was up 30%. So Intel is starting to drop just a little bit. Yeah, well, it's starting to drop, guys. Now below the VWAP right now, or at the VWAP area. It's still up 27%. We're not talking about a catastrophic drop or anything, but from the highs today, 33 down to 31. And notice Intel INTW. So when Intel drops a point, the stock drops a point. This will drop 2 points, 2.2%. Okay. So if you thought that okay, maybe the sell-off is over for a while, you could buy this. I'm not. This is not a suggestion. I'm just pointing out why these exist in the first place. You can take advantage of a double move. So if Intel, the stock, decided to stop right here and start to move up, this one would move up double that move by NTW. Surprise, there's not a short version of it. Buyout, guys. ETND is a buyout. Ah, interesting. So William says there was a short version, used to be INTS, which makes sense in terms of the way they named it, but it closed and was taken over by a stock, so some stock wanted that symbol. Boy, that's interesting. Wonder why they closed it. It was nice because there are people out there that perhaps their account does not allow shorting. Okay, maybe what do you guys call it? An IRA or something? Maybe your IRA, or maybe your broker does just for whatever reason doesn't allow shorting. I mean, maybe you don't want to short. So this was a way in which you could buy. It looks like you're buying something, hoping it goes up, but it was the short version of the stock. So Nvidia is a good example. Okay, so if you thought Nvidia was going to start like the stock itself, NVDL was going to start NVDA was going to start moving down. Okay, you could buy this. So you get 1.5 times the move. Okay, so that's why these were, and it was amazing because what I would call somewhat obscure stocks were having their own ETFs. It made sense with the Nvidias and the Apples and the big stocks would have their own ETFs designed specifically for them, but there's got to be hundreds of them now. Anyway, all right, guys, we're getting close to 9:29, which would mean less than a minute for the market to open. Now, again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down. I may make an exception if I get something in the losers from the start of the race. I've been doing that this week. I want to see what the first ones are that we set up. Now, even though actually I think I only took one in the first 15. The other ones, I ended up taking them, but they were after 15. They sort of bounced around a little bit. All right, guys, we have about 30 seconds for the 9:30 open. Yeah, Lays is still, I've got that one thumbnailed. Lays, LIC. Now, I have LASE. I've been shying away from all these low floaters, volatile stocks over the last little while. I've been really loving this large cap losers. They're not as volatile. You're not going to get the massive percentage moves, but they're definitely. I don't want to say the word easier to trade, but So there you go, William. UEC, but this is all based on Spruce Point. Spruce Point says that short uranium energy sees a 65 to 85% downside risk, etc. One of the short sellers. I would not take it now for me. I like it in terms of being under the whole number, but it doesn't have a lot of room though for me. 1146 is the next low. So we're going to take this one on a short. I think so. Here's CSLK. So CLSK on the long side. This is a large cap move. But same thing. Look left. What do I see? I see all sorts of potential areas where it could stall, so I don't take the trade. It may rip from here, but I only made a change yesterday. I want to make sure it. Don't get too many in this. Like, this is a large list. This will be a large list all day long. If you not get too many in this list, won't get probably. Usually, this list will probably get at least all the time 4 or 5. This will get the 8. Sorry, this has been an active one, guys. AIIO. This guy looking left, 241. What are the criteria for? I have no. I actually don't know. Are you talking about the money machine? They like sort of the money machine that they're looking at, Vince. NTLA guys, and yeah, this could be 1374. The next high. Yeah, I think it's that market scope. So I think it's got a lot to do with taking top 3 stocks and trading them and getting. So that is the criteria. You know what? If you want to bet, I don't look at it at all. Okay, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't look at it at all. Chris may have a better idea, but I think that's what it is. It just takes the top 3. But if you go info at trade-ideas.com, Chris is there. You might have more insight on it than I do. Okay, but I think that's what it is. It's the top 3, trades them. One drops out, another one comes in, and it's a running total all day long. And it all depends, of course, when you load it. Orbs, guys. Okay, orbs. Oh, wow. Okay, this looks like this was an IPO back here, and it's got room. 1522 is the next high looking left. 1522 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So it certainly has some room. Let's get there. Ah, that's right. Thank you, unknown person. This used to be Octo. No, okay. So Octo was one of those altcoin digital asset management strategy. I don't know what they bought. Bitcoin, Ethereum, one of the other altcoins. Just okay, guys. So yeah, this has got and the spread isn't terrible. 1248, 1260. I think this is another one of those gold plays, guys. Hecla, HL. We have three of them. Yeah, this is a gold. Precious metals. I'm sure it has. The reason I say this is that we had about three of them. I think 2 days ago in this one. We had, I think, SOC. We had, and I know I took two of them. Well, that day for whatever reason seemed to be a little bit weak. So I'm definitely interested in this one. Reason being, it's underneath the whole number, and it's got some room looking left. It's got room down to 10. Not saying it's getting there, but 1020. I mean, now that is a low. It did get below that low, 1077. So that is something I'm definitely watching. And here's another one. Quadruple U is 1379. Let's see what sort of room it's got. Notice not many stocks show up here. Why? Because the filters are reasonably tough. Really liking this HL, guys. Ready to pounce pretty soon. Not this is not a suggestion to do the same thing. Okay. Lyft. Now, remember yesterday, Lyft had the big news regarding Waymo and Nashville. But what did it get up to? 2352. It closed here at 2280. Not horrible, but really starting to give it up now, guys. Really starting to give it up. Now, not that far away from that low of yesterday. What a price alert there. If Lyft takes that out, I mean, look underneath, and then you've got a lot of room. All right. This is not a bad little move so far for Hecla. It's again, I know you say this every day. Not going to be a rocket ship. And again, taking that in the first 15 minutes. It's not, when I'm seeing something in here, interesting. Hecla's not on here now. I don't know why, but I'm in it. So let's see how much further it can go down. Talking about the HL on the short. CIFR, that was a big one yesterday, I think, from our I think. All right. Well, this is shortable for me. Ooh, lots of room, lots and lots of room. 1122 is the next low looking left. So I would personally, though, I will wait to see if it takes out 12. I'm going to put a price alert around 11.96. I want to see if it takes out 12, number one. Don't like taking stocks until they break down through the whole number. I'm not giving up too much. And next low is 11.19. So put my price alert there and see if it happens later. Shorted. John, anything in here, I'm shorting. Okay, the HL. This is my my go-to right now. Large cap loses from the start of the race. Remember what I said yesterday? I have to start jotting these prices down. So here's another one. I mean, CDE is another precious metal one. So yeah, I have to start jotting these prices down because I want to know because I see them all day long. I just don't know when I would first see it. If that makes sense. So there's Hecla. I mean, this is room two, but I don't know. Probably saw it a little higher, 20 cents higher, or would have been showing up about 20 cents higher. So I will not take it right now. But you can see, I mean, we're getting, theme here. A couple of gold plays, the precious metal plays anyway. CDE and ECLA, HL. William, I hope you're looking at this. Now, also following following the wave. Now, these are pretty wide. Okay, I'd rather see these narrower. I mean, they're getting wider because the stock is really starting to give it up. Now, the next low looking left is 1022, 1023. So because it's starting to like getting way away from the band from well not the band but the wave here, I'm going to take some profit, a little bit of profit right here on the HL. Silver miners down as white metals prices slip ahead of Fed rate decision. Now that was yesterday. Okay, that was yesterday's news, but I mean, this is very cool for me because I never would have seen Hecla. Never. All the other scans I've got never would have seen Hecla. Wouldn't have seen CDE. Now I'm also wanting to keep an eye on this one. Also, this is the absolute reverse of this. Okay, large cap gainers from the start of the race. Hmm. Okay, guys, did we lose the screen sharing in the main room? I saw a little flash saying I was disconnected. No? Okay, thank you, Vince. And you can obviously still hear me. Okay. I had a little note flash in the room here saying I was disconnected from the media server. Okay, so it's all good still. Okay. So again, look, beating it to nagging. But if you're new to trading, I mean, these are nothing is easy in trading. Okay, but But these are wonderful. These are absolutely wonderful. You get on the right side of them, okay? Very volatile. They'll give you some huge percentage gains. But, if you're new to trading, they can be very, very tricky. It's all about knowing where you're going to put a stop. These are, again, I'm not saying they're easy. I would say easier, but they're just less volatile, okay? Typically, you're not going to see, you're not going to see like a move 1370 down to 1222. I mean, that's devastating. If you're in this one here, what are you going to do? Yeah, I mean, the wave is still fine, but you stock it goes up to 1370 and then it gets down to 1220. Now, a lot of times these will settle down, and it's awesome if you're in this one up here, then you can withstand this. Maybe your stop is so wide, but if your stop is wide, means of course you're not taking as many shares. So I'm not trying to downplay these, but if you're new to trading, these might be, to start anyway, might be a little easier, just less volatile. But look at the percentage moves. I get it. All right. So what is the market doing ahead of all this? So the Qs are up a bit. The SPY's up a bit. The down a bit. So no major action right now. Let's take a look at the semis, SMH. After that, you get Intel, Nvidia news. If they're fading, yeah. So look, it's fading. So my guess is that Intel is still fading. Yeah. So that was a nice fade from what time was that? That was 9 o'clock, a little after 9. So about a 40-minute fade for Intel before it popped a bit. All right, guys, definitely interested in CIFR as a short. There are plenty of shorts available. 4 million at Interactive Brokers. It broke down a little bit below. Put a price level at 1194. See if it gets back down there. Broke down a little bit below 12. So I see AERT is back over a dollar. Okay, back over a dollar, probably a ton of volume. Yeah, 71 million shares are traded, which represents about a little over 1,000 times normal up to this time of day, 9:48 Eastern time. All right, YMM now. So I don't like it. Why? Because right now, I mean, I wish I'd seen it up here, but 1356. The next lower looking left is 1336. So it's too close for me. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. It's 1348. So again, when I'm looking left on the short side, I want to see a bigger gap down. So imagine if I look left and the next low was say 1240. All this, which is just to the left of the current daily candle, was underneath all this. If that makes sense. So if I can look left and I can see room for the stock to move before it hits any sort of either daily, weekly, or monthly low, then it becomes a big candidate for me to trade. That's why, CIFR. I mean, the next low looking left is 1120. From it breaks down through 12 again. I mean, that would be a nice percentage move if it could do it. All right, guys. Nutella, NTLA. Now this one, that purple line. I think Dan said yesterday that maybe the beta will be available next Monday or Tuesday. No guarantees, I guess, but maybe. Why I say that? Because then you'll get that purple line, and what that purple line is, it's looking left, and it's telling you where that next high is on the daily chart. So you can see it's pretty close, 1462. That's why I wouldn't take the trade now. So Cracker Barrel, CBRL, is an earnings play today, is it not? It is an earnings. We had it, okay, we had it September 17th pre-market. That was wrong. Our provider had it wrong. It is today. So Cracker Barrel falls after a downbeat forecast. Many brokerages are cutting their price target for it. So if I were looking to short CBRL, I'd probably wait to see if they check out the VWAP again, which is around 47. So put a price alert, maybe 47.37. That'll be right around the VWAP area. No, I think we had it wrong, John. It was correct. We have it September 17th pre-market, but I think they actually released today. That's what people were telling me yesterday. And it appears that I did not see, my IB headline news did not have anything about earnings yesterday, but you can see right now there's all the this is the earnings release now. Are they reported after hours? Okay, well, we had a pre-market. Anyway, regardless of all of that, it is an earnings. When I call it an earnings play today, any company that released after hours or this morning before 9:30, that's what I call an earnings play. See, not enough room for me on the CMCSA. Next low is about 20 cents away. Yeah, it was half right. Just had it wasn't pre-market, it was after hours. Yeah. So NTLA, so it is taking this out now a little bit. This is a nice one from our AI guys. I don't mind talking about it. The alert was at 1429, 1472 now. That is a 2.5 point move. Ugh, this got ugly. APVO got very ugly. Underneath the VWAP, I was looking maybe to take this one, but not yet. Waiting to see if ECLA HL can really crack 1050. See it's still orange. It's still orange. Still following the trend. Okay, the trade wave following the trend, and it still has a little bit of room down here. 1025 is the next low. So what I'll do, it actually, I didn't even realize it. It actually got down below. Oh, let's see. Okay, got down below the 50-cent level. So I'll put a price alert around 1046. See if it takes it out again. So how I use trade wave, not so much for the buy or sell flags, but keeping me in trades longer than I ever would have been before. Remember orange, and it really depends. It depends on your time frame you're looking at. I don't have the. See, it's way below that. That's a concerning part a little bit. It's way below the wave. So it's gone parabolic below the wave. That's when I have to, keep watching. Whereas this one is still at least touching it on the 2 minute. This is one I traded also a couple of days ago from here though. Yeah, big actually a nice big burst for Bitcoin. We're getting closer and closer to that 120 level. We're at 117 now, up 1650. So Bitcoin plays are probably doing well. Obviously, they're doing well. So let's take a look at AI, guys. Not AI sector, but the stock over the whole number now. But I know I keep nagging on this, but look left, look left. So the stock's at 1807. There's a high right there, 1825. So, for me, now imagine if it could take out 1862. I'm going to put it, I'm not, probably may not happen today, may never happen. But if it does take out 1862 at some point, look at the room it's got. All right. So okay, give me a moment, guys. All right. Let's see if CIFR has any legs. Gets close to 12. I'm out. Really that simple. Okay, guys, I might be getting stopped out of this. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the short of CIFR. If it's down below 12 again, I'll probably take a look at shorting it again. So reset my price alert down here just underneath 12 and see if it takes it out again. Of course, do they all work? Of course not. Now, how about this one? ENPH, ENPH. But that's why you have a stop, guys. You know, you heard me say getting around 12. I was really going to take a look at getting out, which is exactly what I did. Can always get back in now. ENPH, yeah, I don't. Well, it's got about $1, I guess, on the weekly chart. Let me get back to a daily chart. 30. Now, not enough room for me on with that price of the stock. 37.89. The next low is 37.53. Not enough room for me. Okay, guys, I am now, what time is it now? 10:02. So I'm going to still in the heckler short. So hanging around that 1050 mark. So what I'm going to do now is go over my home page, all the information you can find on it. Okay, guys, my home page. Sorry about that. A little internal stuff happening. Trade ideas. All right, so here is what I put in the rooms. It's my homepage link. So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. As always, at the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a subscription. Now those of you on YouTube, who don't know, there is another trading room, the same in terms of seeing my screen, hearing me. But there's a lot more activity in the main room. I call it the main room. Also, YouTube has this little 5 or 8 second delay. YouTube puts it on. So if you did want to come over to the main room, as I call it, if you click on my homepage link, trading room right here. Okay. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you want a little more action, activity, you can click on that. Okay. And all I ask is that if you're going to take out a subscription at some point in the future, please use my code. Best thing is just save my link, because even those of you who want to get into the trading room every day, saving my link, and here's how you would do it. Okay. And then you'll always see what the latest promo code is. So using my promo code helps to keep the room free. Company tracks the use of the code, and so the more people who use my code, the more inclined they will be to keep the room free. Scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. This is free. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us. Okay, it's a very good possibility it could be in those folders if you're not seeing it. So if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, here is the education section. Why do I bring this one up? Because if the first thing you must do if you take out a subscription is the Getting Started with Trade Ideas. Very short videos that'll get you started. If you do not have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, I would start off with that second video and keep going. Again, these are short videos that should give you an idea about whether or not this is a program you might want to at least try on a monthly basis. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, a free series of videos for you if you are new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, and you click on my homepage link, middle section, here they are. Now, move this over. So, as you can see, I don't have these two. I don't have these two on here. I can show you how you can get them if you want. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, the biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. I do have this one. This is the biggest gainers from the start of the race, which has no cap, no market cap or float filter in it. So this is why you're going to see stocks that are a lot more volatile than these two. Okay. If you want either of these two, just let me know and I can give you the links for them. This is the halts resumes. Move this off. So here are the halts resumes. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. And I have a couple other scans that if you want them, I'm not using them right now, but a momentum scan, gap scan, and then the Pepe combo scan. Okay. So these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. I do not have them. Obviously, what you see is what I'm using right now. That's it. So this HJOT, yeah. So this is another one of those altcoins, or again, I don't know if it's Bitcoin, I guess. Yeah. I don't know if it's Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana. Okay, Solana. SOL. So it's at its high now. Well, that's no, it is not. They did many reverse splits more than likely because you can see the position in the lifetime range. You see where it says 0.0% in red? That means that on a split adjusted basis, if I back this out on a monthly chart, you'd probably see prices in the thousands. But it looks like this must be an all-time high, right? Nope. So if you're new to the rooms, YouTube and or the main room, welcome. This is the format. Now there are a couple of Couple things I have to go over. The main room is open at around 7:30 Eastern time in the morning. Either William or Chris Varley from Trade Ideas opens it. I get on the mic at about 9. That late. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so that's why 4:30 is a little early for me to open the room. But Chris or William does open the main room at around 7:30. The YouTube room I open between 8:30 and 8:40 and get on the mic again at 9 o'clock for them too. Now I usually go to at least 2 o'clock. I'll always go later if there are questions. But even once I've closed the main room and I don't close the main room. The main room can keep open. William, many times, will keep the room open after I leave. Many times to 3:30, maybe 4 o'clock, depending on what sort of earnings plays there may be. YouTube, though, I do have to close down completely. Okay. So, Hermes, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Trying to figure out if that's a good thing. Sorry, what links are you talking about, Vince? Oh, these links. You mean for the biggest gainers from the start of the race and the losers? Okay. Now I need some adjustments. Okay, what I'm going to do then? I'm going to save these. I can save and share. So this is the gainers, large cap gainers on top, and large cap losers on the bottom. So just remember, guys, if you load this one, for instance, if you load this biggest gainers from the start of the race, which is doesn't have market cap or float restrictions, okay, wide open. If you load it, you will not see all these stocks at the beginning. Okay, you'll start to build your own top 10 list. We'll go over this list. It starts from when you load it. So if people say, well, how come I'm not seeing the same thing as you are? Well, that's because if you're loading it right now at 10:12, I loaded this at 9:30 Eastern time, of course. So that's why. So this is from the 9:30 start. Your list will be built from whenever you loaded it. Okay. So I'll use this as the example, but it's the same thing with these two. Now, notice you don't get too many stocks here. I've got a pretty couple tough filters in here. And so that's why you're not seeing a list of stocks like you're seeing here. I don't have really, well, let me go over this one and why I think racing is great if you are new to trading. So it gets you to focus on just, you're going to see eventually a top 10 list will be built. Even if you're not new to trading, though, this is a nice little watch list for you all day long. Now, I'm going to show you how you can see the stocks that you want to see. These are the stocks that have been generated from here, but obviously very different lists of stocks here and another very different list of stocks here. It all depends on your parameters. So let's go over that. First of all, how does this race work? This race is just about over, 4-minute race. And so Orbs won that race. Why? Because it was up 5% since the start of the race. I am running 4-minute races. Before I keep going, and I've always liked the races, guys. And I didn't have the races up and running though for almost a year, and wasn't because I didn't like them anymore, but it was really a burden on my machine. It's a lot happening, but since my machine got quote unquote fixed, I'm running 3 races now, no issues whatsoever. But that's why I had to abandon the races, but I love them. So anyway, I just put my homepage link in again. So if you click on it and go to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here is our user guide. So why am I bringing this up? Because here is TI stock racing, okay? So a whole section on stock racing. So I'm going to go over this race here, but it's going to show you how, number one, you can create your own race based on your own set of parameters. Okay? Yes. You know what I'm yesing about, guys? I can't even see it here, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be Hecla. Yes, it is. Ooh, I almost shut that down. Sort of did that. That's the problem when you have when the trading room is in a tab. Okay, so Heckler continues to work for me, guys. So let me go over this race. So again, I'm running 4-minute races, but this is all customizable, okay? And what does that 3.9% means? Well, since the race started 2 minutes ago, BGI, which is Burks in Canada, those of you who are reading like myself, you know Burks, big jewelry store. Anyway, BGI has moved 3.9%. Okay, so that's why this is at the top. That's what that percentage means. Since the race started, it is the one that has moved the most. So if that hangs on to the leader and ends up at the end of the race as the leader, you will see that it'll be added to the leaderboard. The winners, the last 10. You'll see the 10 not last 10 winners, but the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day make this list. So you can see that Orbs has won 3 races, AERT 2, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list for you to look at. So you see how BGI not leading anymore. RMCF is now leading. So 53 seconds to go. So it's like any other race, guys, jockeying for position at the top. So this is what I would do. First of all, you don't have to wait for a race to be over, excuse me, in order to click on a symbol. You see something at the top here, click on it, see what's happening. Maybe it's setting up for you right now. Not too bad, actually. Again, I look left and I see 217. That's too close for me. If the next high were up, then maybe 225, 230, from 208, that might make it a little more attractive for me. So click on it. You see anything in here, in fact, click on it, see what's happening. You might see a stock that you haven't seen all day. So you see what happened. RMCF just won the last race, so it is now joined that top 10, the eventual top 10. Okay. So again, you don't have to wait for a race to be over. You see anything in this list, click on it, see what's happening. The stock has won a race before, click on it, see what's happening. A lot of times, stock could, like, look at Alt right now. Alt is pulling back a little bit. Some of you like to play our VWAP type players. So that purple line, that's the VWAP. Some of you like to see stocks maybe move into the VWAP and maybe see if the VWAP acts as support. Maybe you have a moving average on your chart that you like to see a stock move into and see whether it acts as support. Obviously, you have to have some trading experience. That's why I'm saying, for those of you who do have some trading experience, this creates a nice watch list for you to look at all day long. And if you don't have trading experience, well, I would really suggest you take a look at the Back to Basics. Trade Ideas is a fabulous program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. But if you click on an idea and you're looking at a chart and you don't have any idea what it's trying to tell you, then Trade Ideas is not going to help you. Sorry to say. See the importance of stops, guys. Look at CIFR. I could have got stubborn. I could have said, you know what? I think it's going to. I don't care what it's doing now. If I took this short, it was on 11.95. And I said, if I close, and it started to move down a little bit for me, but obviously I wanted a lot more. And I said, if it was getting close to 12, I was going to, get out of it. And that's exactly what I did. not thinking, "Oh, well, I'm just gonna hang on because I'm pretty sure it's gonna break down through 12 again." It could, and I have a price alert set so that if it does it, I'll know about it. But why cause yourself mental anguish? Have a stop, get out, and take the manageable loss and move on. And the mental anguish is looking at your P&L and seeing, a manageable loss that you should have had a stop on starts turning into a far, far larger loss than you wanted. And a lot of bad things can happen from that. The obvious thing is taking a bigger loss, okay, than you wanted, and then maybe getting out finally, but then starting to revenge trade, starting to get reckless because you're trying to make up for the loss. And believe me, every single person if you've had any trading experience at all, every single person, including myself, has done that many times. Just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. Okay, Za. So, if possible, please guide how to build a custom scan. Well, the first thing I would, guys, this heck was really, really inching its way down to that low. I mean, I'd be amazed if it got right down there and took it out, but you never know. So, the first thing, I don't, you are a subscriber, right? Of Trade Ideas, I'm assuming, talking to ZA in our green room. Okay. So, have you done this? Moment. So, on my homepage, have you done this? Going to the education section, and then the getting started. Because the second video is all about alerts and top. Okay. Okay. I mean, I could show you, but I really think if you're brand new, these videos will not take long. Okay. They're very short. This is the second one talking about alerts, which are scans. Okay. And top list, which are sort of scans, but a little bit different, because you really have, I mean, it's a software program. I'm not trying to deflect anything, but it's a software program. So there, obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. I would take a look at, again, they're very short videos. Okay. So I would do that first, and then you can come back. And if you're still saying, well, I still don't quite get it, and no problem. I'll demonstrate on the screen. But okay. But definitely take a look at the second one. Okay. So CDLX moving on a Citron tweet. So moving up, I guess. Yeah, moving up on a Citron tweet. I don't see it, but I uh, I don't doubt it's there. Don't see it yet in my IB headlines. And it's halted. It is halted. Okay, guys, let me go over this, and you can see what's happened right here. It's up 20% since the race started. So let me go over this a little bit in more detail, okay? Because the question really, if you haven't asked it to yourself, you should have. Why are these stocks showing up? Why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these stocks showing up here? Why are these? Well, hardly any here. Boy, what a great alert, guys, for Hecla. Getting so close now. So these stocks are showing up because I right click. This would be the same for any race, but if I right click on this race, open the top list. All races start from a top list window. Notice when I right click on this top list window, launch real time stock race. Okay. So why are these stocks in this top list window? Well, a top list window, like an alert window, you put your own set of parameters in, because these are the stocks that I want to follow. So why are they showing up? If I right click, configure, as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, has at least 200,000 shares trading, and up 2% at least from yesterday's close. I thought I moved this up to 500,000, but I guess it didn't. So as long as the stock meets all these, oh, it's here. Sorry, I'm forgetting. As long as the stock meets all these filter requirements, it's going to be in a list of stocks. Now I've limited it to the top 50. It's just something I just wanted to do. So in this list of stocks, there are only, well, a maximum of 50. I'm not going to go and count. Okay. There's only a maximum of 50 in this, and I've limited to that. So now the typical use of a top list window before we had races was, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as you have a column header, you can sort on the column header. So here's the change from the close of yesterday. So if I double left click, this is going to show me the ones that are up the most from yesterday. So NVNI is the top one in this list, meeting all the filter requirements. Okay. You can you can sort on any list and any header that you have, as long as you have the header, of course. So that's all well and good. But a great question from people is, well, I don't want to see necessarily the stocks that are already near the high. What about something that is just starting to maybe move? Well, that's what this does. For instance, Sava. Well, the HSDT, we just saw the HSDT. HSDT is up 8% right now. What if all of a sudden, though, it really started to move? It was up 10%, 12%, 15%, moving up this list. Well, how would you ever know that? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks and try to find something that's moving? Well, you don't have to. The race doesn't care whether a stock is, up near here or down near here. It doesn't care. All it cares about is when the race starts, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. All it cares about. Okay. So, I don't know where AIO is. Doesn't really matter what it is, but that's the theory. Okay. Somewhere there it is, right here. Okay. But some stock down here could just start to move, and you'd never know about it. But this will pick it up. That's what the rate. That's the beautiful thing about the race. It doesn't care whether a stock is at least. My only thing is it has to be up at least 2% from the close of yesterday, have a certain minimum volume. That's it. So now I'm hoping is starting to make sense to you, because all races start from a top list window. You can create your own top. You can create your own top list window with your set of parameters. Maybe you want a completely different price range. Maybe, with your own set of parameters. I'll just leave it like that. You have any trading experience at all? Maybe you want to add some filters that you like. Okay, but you can create your top list with your own set of parameters and then launch the race from it. You can even do things like, maybe you have maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every day. You can create a race just based on those. You create a watch list, a symbol list, and you attach it to the top list window, and then you run the race. So there's all sorts of ways in which you can, use a top list window, create your own top list window, and then launch the race on it. So a good question about Jeanette. When does the race start? The race starts whenever you want it to start. Okay. I'm running this race. You can see that let me duplicate the race because I don't want to Stop it. And this is in the guide, okay? Go the race setup. So you see, I've checked auto start at time. I've checked 9:30. Okay. If you wanted the race to start in the pre-market, you could. You could say auto start on load, which means loading the program. Okay. So you could start the race whenever you want. Okay. So if you check auto start on load, then when you load trade ideas, whatever time that is, it'll start the race. Okay. So you can run it pre-market if you want. Okay, Jeanette, makes sense? This is all in the guide, of course. This is how you set basically your parameters for the race itself, not the top list, but how many minutes you want it to run. I've picked four. How many race lanes you want? I've got eight. All sorts of you can customize it. But I think probably these are the two big ones. How long do you want your race to be, and when do you want to start it? Okay, Jeanette, I just need a yes that you understand what I was saying. Again, this is in our user guide under TI stock races, how you can create your own race based on your set of parameters. Oh, okay. So your call was more important than what I was saying? I'm kidding. So let me start again. I'm just going to duplicate this race because I don't want to stop it. So in the race setup, this is where you can tell it when you want it to start. So again, this is in the guide, okay? But this is the general race setup. How long you want the race to run, how many lanes do you want, how many stocks do you want to see. Um, so if you wanted it to run, the minute you load trade ideas, you would check auto start on load, okay? I have chosen to auto start at time, and I've picked the time, which is 9:30, okay? So does that make sense? So you can run the race starting whenever you want. Okay. Now, again, guys, if you're loading this race, for instance, from my home page, you're not going to see all these. But it starts to make sense. You'll start your top 10 list will be built based on when you start your race. Right now it's 10:33 Eastern time. So I get the question a lot. How come my race doesn't look like yours? Well, because you're starting a race right now. And I'm 3.5 minutes into my race. You would be right at the start of your race, so you could see, in theory, you could see a completely different set of stocks here. Okay, guys. Well, now this is a support room too. Okay, I always just say this is a support room. It's not just a trading room. And I love questions. Ask me questions, gets me interested. I'll stay longer than 2 o'clock. And if I happen to be in a trade or I'm doing something else, I'll let you know. But typically, now, if it's an accounting question, I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Ah, you really want to do that test subject? You want to add B plus to a doc window? Do you really want to do that? I can show you how. I see if I can remember how. You really want to do that though? Question is how to add. First of all, we very few of us doc. Okay, all right. Well, since you've been so polite and said please, I'll see if I can remember how to do it. Pretty sure I do, but just give me a moment. Okay, so this is the B plus window. Okay, so this is what you do. Now, I'm assuming you've got a dock window, obviously, and you have a name. I'm talking to a test subject um, in the support questions. Okay, most of us do not dock. Okay, docking is nice. Um, I found that it still may be a little bit of a drain. In fact, you know what? I actually prefer the free floating. But anyway, dock windows. What it allows you to do is, for instance, I could take all of these windows and create a dock, give it a name, and put it all in like a container. Then you can move it around everything at the same time. But for you, test subject, so you've obviously created a dock, right? Just before I keep going, you've created a dock window and you've got a name. Okay, perfect. So what I would do is exit out of your Brokers Plus window. Okay, click on X, and then now before you load it again, go to Tools and Options. Tools and Options before you load it again, and you see where in Layouts, click on Layouts, and you see where it says Opening Windows. Check Open in Dock Window. Okay, check that and save it. Then when you open your Brokers Plus window, it's going to go into that dock window. Let me know if that worked, because what I want you to do afterwards, what I think you should do afterwards, is uncheck that, because unless you want everything that you look at, you might be bringing back a scan or something, it's going to automatically go into a dock window, which is not necessarily what you want. I would like to have the ability to control that, so I would uncheck that open in dock window once it's in and save it. Okay. That was really confusing for people. They would check it, and then they didn't, because if you've got a bunch of docks, it probably goes into the last dock window that you actually maybe clicked on, and here you've loaded some window and you have no idea where it is. So hopefully so if it worked for you, great. Bit of a different day for me in this one because the top 10 list is already built, and that's because I took out the relative volume filter. I had it at 2, and I just want a lot of stocks. See, it's at 1.21 now, 1.4 now. I took it. I mean, some of these could be, over 2, but most of them don't seem to be. Very interesting to me that Hecla is not on this list at all, even though it's been moving down. But I guess it didn't move down. Getting close for me on an exit, guys, now. It got all the way down to 1039. I'm just waiting to see if 1050 holds it still. You see how the wave now is starting to flatten out. When it starts to flatten out, that's when I start to think about at least offloading more of a stock when it starts to flatten out, because that could be the precursor of it actually flattening out and then turning blue, as in this. Okay, remember, orange, trend down, blue, trend up. Really simple, highly visual. So as it starts to flatten out, it's very possible that the trend will start to move up, but not yet. Okay, so your CDLX just opened, I see. You can see right there, there's the 200-day moving average. All right, guys, now I'm going to start clicking on some of these and seeing if there's anything, if they're setting up. Now, these stocks are going to be near, it's very different. Okay. What I've done here is my filters, the stock has to be near the high of the day. Not, this one doesn't have to be. But in here, I want to see the stocks near the high of the day. So you can see, for instance, figure, FIGR. You can see now, this is not, I know it looks a little crazy. It stopped trading March 2021 as FIGR. And then the company came along a few days ago and said, as an IPO, we want that symbol. And so that's what happened. So this is not like a colossal collapse. So CDLX not done yet. Well, there is the 200-day, so it's a little bit above it. If it's not done yet and it maintains over the 200-day moving average, your next high, a lot, big one. Yeah, 272, that's your next high. 200-day moving average is 225. The VWAP is at 220. So right now, it's a little bit above the VWAP, the purple line in my 2-minute chart, a little bit above the 200-day. Great if that could act as support, base a little bit, just at that support level, and then, yeah, have another pop. So this is a Citron tweet. CDLX is the next fallen angel to trade much higher, and today's news from Amex shows why the Amex Platinum refresh isn't just about perks, it's about the future of first-party data. Okay, CDLX is already integrated with Amex, Chase, Bank of America, Wells, Citi, and Lloyd. Okay, okay, that was a Citron tweet, which obviously really caused the stock to pop. Great day now for the NTLA guys from our AI 1429 on the alert, 1488 now. It reason when I first saw it, it was around the 1440 mark, and I thought that was too close to the 1460. So, but and then in this case, it didn't matter. So, if you're in this one, hopefully you start doing things like this. Take a look on the weekly chart. Where could it go? And on the weekly chart, the next high is 1530.29. Okay, I'm saying it's going to get there, but at least you know that that is where the next high in the weekly chart is. Could stall at 15, though. I think it's a psychological number. It could stall at 15. So I'm still keeping an eye on the cipher, the CIFR. It hanging around the 12 mark. In fact, briefly, it broke down below it again. Price alert right there around 11.95. See, the trend is down. The trend is down, but this one has been showing up a lot in this large cap losers because yeah, a couple of days right here, not yesterday, of course, but a couple of days right there. Oh man, I mean, look, the next low looking left is 22.34. My issue though, it's a little bit volatile for my liking. Much prefer the ones that are just sort of more steadily down. So just because I get, something showing up here doesn't mean I'm just going to pile into it. Well, guys, FIGR now, not quite a lifetime high. Remember, disregard all this up here. Stop trading back in 2022, 21, sorry, 2021 as that symbol. So it looks like the lifetime high is yesterday, 43.80. Just take an alert, a little over 43. Ooh, you're talking about YPF. I did see it a little earlier. Missed this one. Missed this one, guys, from here. Now, breaking down through the whole number, where's the next low? That room, 25.34. Well, I just wish I'd seen it up in this area here, the 2660 level. It's possible it was in here, but, distracted. So the sector, it's a energy sector. So let's just take a look at the overall sector and see if it is moving down also. And the answer is yeah. So the energy sector a little bit weak. I mean, look, the market's up. Wow, the Qs are up big. It's on that Nvidia Intel news. The Qs are up big. Dow's up, SPY's up, but the energy sector, is not super weak, but it's certainly not up. So tempted on it, but I just feel like I'm kind of chasing it, really on a 15. So if I start doubting, I mean, look, it may just rip down lower, but if I start, introducing, doubts in my mind, then, I just won't do it. And it may work. I mean, it may work. I may take it if I take it right here. If it goes down to 25, but hmm okay, Cipher, are you ready now? See, this little move here kind of bugs me a little bit, the blue, because most of the ones that I get into all day long until eventually, maybe they have a pop at the end of the day, or orange all day long, even on the 2-minute chart. Like the heckler, okay, the HL, even though HL had a minor pop. Look at the difference, though. I hope. Ah, there we go. So now that's why we were saying I was flattening out, but until then, that was the only blue. Okay, so it's enough for me now. Okay, I'm out of it now. I mean, this is just a minor blip up, but I'm out of completely out of Hecla now. You see how the transition now. But until that happened, that was orange all the way down. We do CDLX. Let's see. We don't. We, as in I don't. Interactive Brokers does not have shorts available for CDLX. At least they don't now. Maybe briefly they did, but this is what I'm seeing here. Maybe they had them, but they don't have them now. Well, Orbs, I mean, this was obviously a tremendous one. You had to, but stock went from 15.15 down to 13.30. So, but we're on definitely in an uptrend now. So a lot of times you can wait later on in the day, let the things settle down a little bit. I'm not saying this is totally settled down, but you have an uptrend now. Next high looking left. Remember, this is the old octo, and all involved with some. Is it Solanus or Solana, whatever? Sol. One moment, please. Okay, guys. Give me one moment. I have to do something. Just give me one moment, okay? I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay, guys. I'm back. I'm still kind of interested in the cipher, but cipher is CIFR. Is China finally cooling? Mighty Mouse asking that question in our YouTube room. Well, let's take a look at KWeb. That's what I look at to see what's happening with China. I wouldn't say so. I mean, the trend is still up. I mean, it's down a little bit today, but if you if you're going to pick one day, but the trend is still up, 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 up. But today, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit down. But does that mean it's completely cooling? Okay, question in our main room. My computer crashed. I'm setting it back up. I had the settings saved for TI. Great. It's all the latest version. I can't resize most of my columns now. Any idea? Um, Check this. I don't know if this is if you're talking about in your doc. Um, Boy, I don't have a lot of experience with this, but let me see. Options and auto size grids. Now, I don't know in the data grids, auto size, is this been checked or not checked? If it is checked and it's happened, maybe uncheck it. I'm not sure if you can see what I'm looking at. So this is in the layouts, the data grids, auto size columns, ignore minimum column size. That might be an answer for you. Let me bring a doc. Okay, so it is checked. So maybe uncheck it and see if that helps and then reload. See if that helps. No guarantee, but well, Mighty Mouse, you've got to get comfortable doing something. If you have a hard time buying stuff that has gone straight up, also hard to short too. You have to find whatever your comfort level is. Bria halted again. Okay, from Nihan in our YouTube room. I didn't see this one. Yeah, wow, halted again is right. What's the volume like? Yeah, not bad. Huge or huge, crazy, crazy low float. 700,000 in the float. That's ridiculous, of course. But so I haven't shown this screen before. Well, before today. This is the this blue screen you see here. This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. To repeat that again, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. I get emails. Where is this in trade ideas? Well, it's nothing to do. This is time and sales and Interactive Brokers. I would love to just show this, tuck it away up here so people could see it, but then they'd be asking me, where is it? Where is it in trade ideas? So that's why I don't do that. So it's Interactive Brokers, time and sales. Anyway, this is the halt price for a BREA. Sometimes the symbol doesn't show up, but it is the halt price. This column is trying to give you a bit of a clue as to where it could open. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So if it is, it'll be opening at 11:02 plus 30 seconds. Time is it now? So about 30 seconds from now, if it is a 5-minute halt, and this number can fluctuate, of course. But right now, if you're in this one, what you do want to see is a number higher than 1826 in this column. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to open at 20. I'll keep it here. Let's see if it does open in 5. Okay, it's going to be opening now. Okay, so obviously, oh, it did resume. Ah, so unfortunately, as crazy as it sounds, the server I'm on, if a stock resumes and then it gets halted almost immediately within, I'm going to say 30 seconds, it doesn't show up for me on the server that I'm on. Others, like William, it does show up. It's the server that I'm on. So it probably got halted at, right around 10:58, maybe a little after. Anyway, that worked. Yay! I'm glad it worked. Okay. Okay, so that worked for test subject. It is questions about the columns not. Yeah, that was at the very beginning of docking. It was a terrible. All right, guys. Well, Cipher. Well, I had a bid in at. Yeah, I got a fill on it, guys. Okay, Cipher moving down a little bit now for me. 1193 on the short. I'm keeping a close watch on it though because it's been a little bit more volatile than the other ones that I normally see here. Watching Cipher now, I've got to refresh my memory. I know it has room. I know it has room. I think down to 11 or so. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but where are you? I know you're in the system. Where there you are. So yeah, 1120. I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least it has room to move if it wants to a little bit further. Ah, so that was a different halt. So that was a news halt, William. or something other than a volatility. I don't know why, that's a tough word to say. Volatility halt is something other than, oh, a different stock. But this is halted though. Greece, it appears to still be halted. I'm not talking about this one, the GDRZF. I'm talking about Bree, where I have a resume at 10:57 plus 30 seconds, but obviously it is still halted, or it got halted soon after. But William, do you not have a halt? See, I guess I'm confusing you probably. See, on mine, it says resumption at 10:57 plus 30 seconds, right? It doesn't have the halt soon after. That's all I'm saying. And it is still halted, yes. All right, guys. Well, Cypher's giving me something now. It's CIFR. Just waiting to see if we can get into the 60s. Okay, for me and the Cypher. And you can see right there, it's not a. Remember, these are not. I don't know what's happened here. Hmm. Something is going to miss here in these two. So BREA just resumed. I hear the resumption. And wow. So remember, it said 20. So we are now 2273. What's going on here? And all this happens with my top list every now and then, but not usually every single one of them. Anybody else? Are you losing your top list data, which of course you'll lose your racing data, or is it just me? Because I have to let them know. If it's just me, it's fine. But if you everybody else still has top list data or racing data, it's just me. Okay. Yeah, yeah, I'm very special. Don't know why that's happening. I'm still connected. Yeah, it happens to me time from time to time, but normally it's it's seconds. This has gone on for a little bit longer. I don't want to reboot because then I'll lose my top 10 list and everything. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I'd rather not if I don't have to. You know what I want to do? You read my mind. Initial top last metadata not received. Restarting top list. Hmm. Let me just, I'm going to load a, an alert window. I want to see if I've lost all my data. Doesn't appear. I mean, that's an alert window, but I just want to make sure. So what I'm waiting for to see, I mean, this might have stopped at 11:05. I want to see if I get anything after that. Charts are working. Hmm. Oh, here we go. Okay. Starting again. Thank you. Yeah, again, the reason I didn't want to reboot trade ideas, I'm sure that probably would have solved it, is then I lose my top 10 list that I had constructed. I didn't want to do that. So here is the momentum scan, guys. Okay, I don't have it up and running, but again, you can have it. It's on my homepage. I just don't have it up and running. Perfectly content just to have these three getting me my ideas all day long, especially these two. Well, especially this one. All right, YPF. You talked me out of taking the short a little higher up here, Palm. So, or Palm, Psalm. I blame you for my not being in it. All right, guys, 11:13, and I'm kidding. Anybody listening thinking I'm being rude, I'm just kidding. Okay, guys, it's 11:13, 11:14. So I'm going to see who, probably Steve Gomez in our YouTube room today. Want to do a confirmation, though? Okay, guys, I've just pinged Steve to see if it's going to be him today in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. I take my break between 12 and 1 Eastern time, of course. And before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. So you guys can head over and listen to Steve if you want for his hour. All right, let's take a look at Sarepta here. I mean, I have not paid very much attention to these gainer for the large cap gainers. but there are probably some really nice ones. I mean, look at Sarepta takes out yesterday's high, and it's got a lot of room, 1881. All right, guys, that got me out of the cipher. Yeah, I got into the mid 60s. I wish I had got rid of everything there, but didn't quite. As I said before, it was a little, wasn't as beautiful as say the HL. In other words, being basically straight down on a 2 minute in the wave. So I decided to get out of it. Yeah, how about SGHC? What is this one doing? Wow, I don't know where this would have shown up. I almost wish there was a way to freeze the race. I know that you can freeze the top list, but freeze the race so I can see when these things are showing up the first time. I know I could do a recap and all, but on the go, I'd love to know where this would have say first shown up. See, not enough room, guys. Look at this one, SGHD. Again, not enough room for this current from this current price. It may have been happening up here though at 1280. All right, guys. So yeah, Steve just confirmed it'll be him in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. So about 40 minutes from now. Wow. Well, this has got room, obviously, one of these quant stocks. The next high looking left, guys, is 1226. It has won four races. It's hanging in here, and that's the QS. Hey guys, Brea just resumed. I see BREA. So I think it might have got halted on the way down. Cheap one, NVNI, just over $1 now. NVNI. Do I know there's a way to limit how? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think that question has been asked of Chris, but you know what? I don't think so. I mean, obviously, if you're running out of money, it'll stop. But you're trying to put a specific dollar amount that. So you know what? I'll put that question in, and Chris is around, and I think I've seen that question being. I don't use it at all. Now you're using this. Are you using? Excuse me, using this in the simulator or for a live account, Ian? Okay. but you're doing the right thing, okay? Because yeah, I understand. I just asked the question and see if Chris will have the answer, I'm sure. Pepe may even have the answer. I've seen the question asked before, and unfortunately, no way. Okay, you've got the answer. In no way. There's no way to do it. Are you new to trading, Ian? I think you're sort of new, aren't you? Because I mean, auto trading is a very advanced thing. Okay, guys. Well, I see Intel up here, INTC. Oh, okay. Have you auto traded before then? Have you ever most of us do not. I mean, I'm not trying to dissuade you, but um eh, I thought auto trading was the way to go. I would be doing it. I'm not trying to dissuade you, but you have to but understanding that you're going to have to create your own strategy. I'm sure you know all this. You create your own strategy and to back test it constantly because I mean, what you back test today that might look good may not be good next week. And you're wondering, well, wait a minute, why is it not performing the way it was last week? But I mean, if you want to try it, go ahead. You're doing it the right way, though. Put it in the simulator first. Okay, guys, what's happening with this one? Citri, CTRI. Wow. Well, it's got room. You can see the room it's got. What do they do? This is a utility infrastructure services company. Time is it now? 11:23. I've got time. My issue is I just don't know when I may have seen this earlier. But I love I mean, look at the room it's got, guys. Look at the daily chart below 2163. Okay, well, now understand paper trading is not, I mean, you don't, well, if you're, I don't know who your broker is going to be. Remember, IB will charge you half a cent a share if you're going to be using IB, Interactive Brokers. E-Trade, okay, you'll have, but again, I'm not trying to dissuade you from doing it, but yeah, definitely, back test it, test it out in the simulator, and then even if you decide you want to do it, I would go very low shares. Yeah, anything, John Sterling, anything showing up here that I'm pointing at is a potential short for me. But again, I'm not sure. It may be a little extended. My difficulty right now is not knowing where I may have seen this earlier. With an alert window, I can see the first time it had an alert. I mean, I suppose what I could do is open the top list at the beginning of the day and then freeze it, but just doesn't seem that. Oh, it's possible. Well, I could tell you if a few weeks ago. Well, let me take a look at a weekly chart then for Citri, because you should see a buy or sell flag somewhere. I don't see one. Not saying it didn't happen, but usually what happens is you'll see the buy or sell flag on the daily chart somewhere. I don't see it. I'm going back now to 2024, so December. I don't see it. Not saying it didn't happen, but normally we see a buyer's. Well, let me just see. Maybe, yeah, show AI trades. Show AI trades is checked. Yeah, I'm gonna back off it, guys. I just don't. I just feel I'd be. I mean, the ideal place would have been around 2266. A little base up here, then the break. So I'm just gonna back off it. Well, there's your. So you're in this one, CLSK. I didn't like. For me, I didn't like this one earlier. I did see it up here just because I thought maybe it stalled around the 13 mark, but obviously you probably took it earlier. Hims, guys. Okay, HIMS. Now this has been super volatile. Yeah, 54.30 is the high of yesterday. If it can get through that, got a lot of room. If it can get through that, but Hims has been, in the news a lot. Massive move earlier because of Novo saying they were going to use them as their or partnering with them for their obesity drug, and then here they said they weren't going to. And since then, I should ask the question: is anybody in either room auto trading for real? Okay, like with your live account. Anybody auto trading with your live account? Obviously, you have to be connected either to E Trade or interactive brokers in order to do that. I guess Alpaca. Maybe Alpaca is live. I'm not sure for that, but certainly E Trade or interactive brokers. Is there anybody in either room that is actually auto trading for real, like not in a simulation, but for real? I mean, so one of the reasons I don't talk about auto trading at all because hardly anybody does it, and it takes a lot of time. To number one, try to create some kind of a strategy, back test it, tweak it. You got to have the time to do it. It's fun though. There's no question. It is a fun thing to do, but I don't know. I just don't see many of our customers actually doing it. Boy, look at that Brie again. Brie, Brea. Gigal. Wow. Lifetime low, not a lifetime low. Where could this one go? Grupo Financiero. Let's go. Weekly chart. Boy, there's nothing. So the monthly chart, the next low is 23.33. When was that? That was about a year ago, August of last year. 23.44. A lot of room underneath on a monthly chart anyway for this Argentinian bank. Probably a big float, pretty big float, 132 million. Just probably not what you wanted to hear though, Ian. but it's that is the reality. There's slippage. Of course, who is your broker? Just out of curiosity, who is your broker? Talking to Ian. Who is your broker? Because you can only do it with Interactive Brokers or E Trade. I guess Alpaca, but E Trade and Alpaca are commission free, but IB will charge you half a cent a share. So you have to factor that in if you're using Interactive Brokers. Okay, yeah, because you can't use Webull. So Alpaca, okay. Because one of the things too is that the fill you get in a simulator may be very different the fill you get when live trading, and that's of course with the limit offset, etc. And understanding how the limit offset works. So, for instance, if you've got your strategy, you have back tested it, and you say, okay, I want to run it. So your limit offset. So let's say you get an alert for SMR at 4042. Hits your scan at 4042. But maybe the bad example. Let's take a look at Beam. Okay, Beam. You get an alert at 320, and immediately it moves to very quickly because it's a low float, pretty low float stock. You get the alert at 320, but immediately it's at 325 or 326. Number one, you may not get a fill. You might put your limit offset, which means, okay, I get an alert at say 320. How far outside of that alert am I willing to go in order to take the trade? And that's what the limit offset will tell you. So sometimes, a lot of times people say, well, why didn't it take this trade? I got the alert. How come it didn't take the trade? Because even though you're auto trading, it's still reliant on how fast it gets sent to your broker. And it's not just, we're not talking B plus or anything. We're just talking in general. If a stock, like, the BRIA, I mean, how fast was the BRIA moving? So you may want to get it at your alert price, but it's moving so fast that you can't get a fill. Well, guys, three trades a day, the HL, and then twice in the CIFR. No, 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 half a cent a share, William. Half. It's not about auto trading. Oh, the question in our YouTube room, did I say that IB wants to charge 5 cents per share to auto trade? No, 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 no. It's got nothing to do with auto trading. It's how much they charge, whether you're manually or auto trading. It's half a cent a share, not 5 cents a share. Okay. Got nothing to do whether you be auto trading or just manually in Interactive Brokers. So the market guys, so yeah, so the Qs are going. I mean, obviously with a lot of tech stocks and look at the semis. They're a big component of the Qs, all to do with the $5 billion investment into Intel by NVIDIA. I will admit, I'm not as enamored with the big gainers, large cap gainers from the start of the race as I am with the losers. Now, it's maybe because I haven't paid enough attention to this, but I don't know what you mean by that, Mighty Mouse, in our YouTube room. Is that a real investment now or over the course of time? I don't know. I don't understand the question. Now, some of these, of course, can be used for bounces. I mean, if a stock keeps moving down all day and then you start to see it curl a bit, this could turn into some of these could turn into bounce plays. So a great watch list for potential bounces too. How nice is this QS on that 2 minute? I mean, it's just hugging it, hugging it, hugging it, a little dip below it. So if you had been in this QS, around this 11:05 mark, and then you'd seen this, more than likely, if I'd been in it, I would have taken some off. Oh, I see. I'd have to read. I don't know, Mighty Mouse. I'd have to read the. You'd have to read it. You would invest $5 billion at a purchase price of. So they're buying $5 billion at a purchase price of 23.28. Looks like it's pretty 23.28. So it looks like it's done. That's what they're. Well, it says it would invest. So, but it doesn't say they have invested. But you should read all this or other information. How closely do I look at PRs? Well, I mean, if it's something like that, that's pretty dramatic. I look at anything that I'm looking at in the pre-market. Okay, I'm always checking to see is there a reason why it moved. But do I like really analyze it? Go into the SEC filings and all that? No, or the Edgar filings, I guess. No, but I'll always glance to see if there's some reason. And obviously, with Intel, very hard for Intel to move up 32% without some dramatic move. So that was the first thing I saw this morning. But I'll always look to see whether or not there's any news at all for anything. And again, it's simple enough to do. Remember, I'm doing all this in the pre-market, so I'm clicking on the ones that are moving in the pre-market. I'm checking to see, okay, is there any reason for it? You'll hear me say many times, if you're here in the pre-market and can't find any news on it, doesn't mean it's not worth trading. Just okay. Now this one could be interesting to me. ROIV. Why? Ooh, 13.94. It has a dollar just underneath the whole number, guys. Now, how's it been trading? Not bad. I mean, it's been flattening out. What time is it? 11:43. I don't know if if this were earlier, but I'm going to be taking a break and probably away from my computer for a bit. But I mean, look, this fits. This is fitting everything. I mean, it hasn't. It's flattened out a little bit, so it's not like it's running away. Underneath the whole number, 15. A lot of room underneath, 13.91. Oh, could be, Mighty Mouse, could be. Question is, the stock is moving on no news. Yeah, more than likely some group somewhere, maybe some Reddit group or some group somewhere has probably got a hold of it. Yeah. All we try to do is take advantage of the pump if that's what it's happening. Big float too, so it's probably not going to be too dynamic. Is there any news on this one today other than Jeffries trying to prop it up, maintaining a buy? $20 a share, raising it from 18 hasn't helped so far. I mean, it's only down 2%. Interesting. We have some other analysts. Guggenheim raising it from 15 to 21. Walmart. You know what? Well, never mind. Customary. Let's see, CSTM. Oh, wrong one. I thought this was that customary, but it is not. Constellium. Okay, this is. Well, maybe when I come back from my break, maybe this won't have moved very much. I'll put a price alert around 14.91. I mean, I will be back at my computer at some point. I don't take the whole hour off from my computer. So I definitely, I love the way this is flattening out and just under the whole number with plenty of room underneath if it wants to. Doesn't mean it's going to, of course. Brea is just wow, halted and or resumed, I guess, or halted, resumed. So William was talking about a short on SMR. I see it won 3 races up here. So you were not, yeah, nicely done. Obviously, you were looking at some Band, 5 minute Bollinger Band, more than likely, right? There's a stock like BW. I know BW, but let's see. Maybe not. I mean, it depends where you're looking at it. I mean, it's double, 2 times normal volume. Up here, though, I don't know what my volume is. 68 million in the float, so it's not a low float stock. They don't have to be low floats. If they're moving, it's great. I mean, that's no, that's a great move. 12%. Didn't see it. That's all. That's a great move. 12%. Don't see any news on it, but news might have been happening back here to get it started. And sometimes, sometimes you don't see news on a stock the day of a stock that is continuing to move, but maybe it had some news a few days ago that is continuing to make it move. Okay, well, let's take a look at that. You're thinking about shorting it with a stop over 4. What, shorting it right now? Like right now at 341 as an example. I'm talking to my name house in our YouTube room. Is that what you mean? You would thinking about shorting it right now? Oh, okay. So if it got close to 390, I see. Okay. So we're going to say that would be a pretty wide stop, for this stock. 60, but you're talking about it may not get there, of course. So the next high on a monthly chart is 420, a little over 422. So, I mean, to me today, it might be a stretch for it to get up to 390, but you know what? If you put your alert there, it gets there, then you can start watching it, I guess. But it's certainly, I mean, it's moving. I mean, it's a good mover today. All right, guys. Well, I see that my Roiv, ROIV, which did not win a race, it's still just hanging around that 15 mark. Oh, it may give me something later on. It may, but but on the other hand, with the flattening out, it may be starting to curl up. A little bit of a buy flag there. But right now, in my opinion, it's kind of in no man's land. So I'm glad I didn't take it. All right, 11:53. So, ooh, here's a Cracker Barrel. I put a price alert. Ah, okay. Cracker Barrel finally started to move down. It was been consolidating quite a bit on the 2 minute, starting to move down now. This is an earnings play today. Yes, they released after hours yesterday. You can see there's the after hours reaction, that mauve area. This is actually from our AI also, CBRL. Is Bria a China stock? Nope. It is from, well, its headquarters in Ireland. Okay, Dublin. Yeah, it looks like it is because football division progression, global football players, football, of course, outside of North America. So no, this is an Irish stock, Nihan, Nihan. If you have a product, we always have the flag. Well, I would say 99.99% of the time, we'll have the country flag beside it, and that is the Irish flag right there. You see what I'm pointing at? Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do now is put the YouTube link in, so you guys can head over to YouTube in about 5 minutes. Steve will be there in about 5 minutes. Take over for me in YouTube. Okay. And I'll put my announcement up. I won't go until Steve shows up, but I'll just put my announcement up there. I don't see any news on this one though. I have no idea why it's doing its big. Oh, okay. Well, guys, I blame everybody in the room who didn't tell me this. I don't think this was moving in the pre-market though, was it? Yeah, it wasn't moving in the pre-market. Remember, I was asking in the pre-market, are there any companies that are looking to do some altcoin? Okay, and that's what they're doing. But it was flatlining in the pre-market, so I did not see that. And the news, let me see if there was any news on that before. Well, I didn't see it. So even if there was news, but there's your news. Finding finds its soulmate. Oversubscribed $300 million to establish Soulmate. Soulmate. A Solana-based digital asset treasury, a DAT, a DAM, whatever you want to call it. So that's the reason. Shoot, did not know that. I'm going to blame you guys. So, I mean, this is what they say they're doing. And obviously not making enough money doing that. So they're completely switched. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I wish I'd known that. That's my fault. I mean, obviously, all I had to do was look right, not look left, look right onto my right-hand monitor, and I would have seen that. And remember, this is my news from Interactive Brokers, okay? Everybody's wondering about this screen here, news from Interactive Brokers. All right, I better turn off my music so I can hear when Steve pings his way into the our YouTube room. You can see how Bria has won 4 races. More than likely, well, was the last winner. All right, guys, I think I just heard a little pop into our YouTube room. So, guys, in our main room, I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I think anyway, I heard a little pop. So I'm assuming you're in the room, Steve.
Yep. Can you hear me?
All right. So guys who don't know, Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas, the originator of the trades of the week. And probably one of the money market, one of the money machine testers.
Mm-hmm.
Am I
we're
correct
going to do
on
some
that?
of that. Yeah, we're going to do some of that. I'm actually going to start from scratch. I haven't even turned it
All
on
right.
yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to walk people through the process at some point early on and kind of show people what has been working for me in sim mode that definitely keeps you out of trouble and can give you some green. So we'll see how it goes.
A good combination, out of trouble and some green.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Steve. Well, listen, I know you want to get out of here about 5 to in Eastern time, 12:55. So I'll try to show up right around then.
All right. Thanks.
Okay.
See you.
Bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. All right. I just saw that comment. Looks like it is not a China stock. It is Ireland. It's Irish. Doesn't have a lot of data for sure. If I take this window and kind of expand, oh yeah, 750, 700,000 shares in the float. That's pretty tricky. Anyway, I probably stay away from that if I'm a newbie. All right. Hello, everybody. I went home pretty much in cash yesterday, and I watched oh boy, yesterday was a triple head fake. It was really tough. So the first run up, second run down, a run up, a run back down, just to squeeze the last of the weak hands out down here. And I was pretty much out of all that stuff. I didn't like any of this. I just like to see how the markets close. And then I kept telling myself, there's no need to chase anything. You're going to find something that's set up. And that's where I'm kind of going to take you now through the things that I found set up today. These are all entered today, except for DJT. That's just kind of a trophy position at 17. I'm not selling. But these are the names I came through. So what I did yesterday is after the market was ripping and people were chasing, I said, what are they chasing? Oh, boy, they wanted quants. So that was a big mental note today, the quants. I think a lot of the robotics, like RR, robotics, drones, and those types of things. Same old, same old. So I've hopped back into a few names here. Andy and I were both kind of licking our chops. We bought some QS on the breakout here around 1050. That's doing really well. I've already sold a third. And you can see this blue line up here. I've got some more to sell there. So that's a quant stock. It's actually a third tier quantum battery. You're kind of living dangerously when it's not really a full-on quant stock like Qubits or Rigetti. People are saying, I need a quantum computer now. Qubits and Rigetti, forget about it. They are just, so these are the notes that I made yesterday. So if the market was going to continue today after the big road speed bump of the reaction to the Fed, that was where my focus was. So I'm in some QS. Andy and I both liked Sound. We bought some Sound. Why do I like it? Just AI software. That is just a beautiful shape. It got ahead of itself there. It got behind itself there. And those shapes right there, they usually resolve to the upside. And so I just got to sit back, sit on my hands. I do have a $15.99 offer, and I don't think we quite got there. I'm trying to sell a third at $15.99, and we were 15 cents short. So I'm going to leave that in there. Stock might have to breathe and pull back, but that's the next best winner. I mentioned robotics. So RR is a small cap robotics, took off. SERV, another small cap robotics. I want to keep an eye on, actually. I'm going to put an alert in this. But I went to the big cap. I went to SYM, Symbotic. These $5 billion market cap. These are the guys. And this is the phone is going to ring for this company when operations COOs start to realize, you know what? We need to automate. And these are the ones that are going to solve it for you. They're ready to go. These are the big guys. And I love the daily. It's just playing. It's flirting here with the recapture of the 50. Got ahead of itself and then pulled back real deep pullback down here, and then reclaim the 5-day moving average. We're going to look at this 5-day moving average when we turn on the money machine here in a few minutes. Busted above, and then sitting. This is where I bought right there, that little pocket. I said, okay, I'm going to take a chance right here. I like this name. I like this sector. There's nothing that says this can't rip up to 60 in the next few days. I believe in this stuff. So again, I was kind of really focused on what sectors were hot. I bought some UAVS. I've been in and out of this thing. It had some dilution news last week. I 1/3 position. I'm just watching it. But like I said, and then another third tier AI robotics play is GFAI. You can put this one on your screen if you want. I've got an alert right there at the highs, 119. I might buy some more if it breaks above 120. But this is a foreign company, but it's GFAI, robotics. That's the key word right there. Robotics, AI. So people start chasing these names, and the way the third tier small caps like these work is, yeah, they're ugly right now. They're not ugly. They're poised. But at any moment, you're going to get the greed factor to come in, and somebody's going to try and chase a third tier robotics name. And I've seen that's how the small caps work. So keeping an eye on that. What else do I have? I didn't like getting out of Kodak yesterday, so I got back in that this morning. And I didn't like getting out of rum yesterday. I bought back into rum as well. And then my big loser is MindMed. This is a crazy one. I believe in the story in the stock, so I'm playing the story more than the chart. And every time it gets ahead of itself, somebody drives it back down, but then it just fights back. And this is a pretty tight wedge. And if you look at this stock on a weekly chart, any close above 10 and it stays up there, I'm going to want to be in this name. All right, so that is, I'll tell you exactly why. It's a great question. Thanks for asking, Steve. The chart of Kodak. Yeah, what a big deal, right? Yeah, I know. The company Kodak, right? Film, what do we do? But they're retooling and they've got a lot of cash and they're building a lot of infrastructure, and they're building the infrastructure for the basic materials needed for pharmaceuticals. And the reason that's important is it's a domestic pharmaceutical plant for the basic ingredients, which means other companies, foreign companies, rather than paying the tariffs, will come over here and build a plant and start pulling domestic resources so they don't pay tariffs on the other resources. So we're basically setting up shop for the picks and shovels of basic chemical and needed things for production for other companies to take the supply chain and run with it. So that's the story on Kodak. It's not a headline. People know that it's poised to do that, and it gives updates. They give updates on where they are on their build out of their R&D for the capital improvements needed to start creating these products. So it still could be an early story, but great question, Steve. I'm glad you asked, and I'm happy to explain, because when you look at that chart and the name Kodak, you're like, what the hell? So that's the reason why I'm trying to get ahead of what. Same thing with that Symbiotic call that I made. The chart's a lot better in Symbiotic, but operators are seeing the handwriting on the wall. The technology for automation and robotics and for manufacturing it's ready, and I'm kind of playing the story in that one. All right. You're welcome. I'm happy to do it. So here's what we're going to do now, guys. So this blue line here in the intraday, I talk a lot about this, the 5-day moving average. It was chopping that yesterday. Just click through and see if I can find a good example of something. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on that money machine, and the strategy behind it is I'm looking for things that are pulling back to this 5-day moving average. And the money machine is only going to simulate a buy on the right stocks at the right time using that moving average. Let me get this up here. There we go. All right, so what I did is I've done nothing today. I wanted to save the entire workflow through, from start. So here we go. This is what people are going to be doing here in the coming early days, maybe next week. Brokers, trade ideas, paper trading, connect. All right, we're connected. Green line, no positions. Go to the money machine settings. We need to add the profile for today. I'm going to 130 bounce version 3. These are bounces that are strong stocks that are pulling back, and the entry should be at or right at the 5-day moving average. Version 3 is the third iteration of it. The strategy is called the pullback to the SMA, which is, we can quickly look at the configuration directly from those 3 dots. Let's do it here. Price between 5 and 500. Daily volume, at least 500,000 shares a day. I might want to change that to open that up more. The current volume is at least relative volume. I learned very early, guys, important note, relative volume is great, but it's going to really suppress a lot of names that you might want to see in a pullback strategy anyway, like this. Different for a breakout strategy. The stocks have been up. This is the key. Stocks have been up at least 3% in the last 10 days. So they're pulling back from above down to the 5-day moving average. And here's where it is. They've got to be within, let's see, 10% above the low of the range. So they're at the low end of today's range. And then we're sorting by where they are relative to the 130, the 5-day moving average. So that's the strategy. We're going to click save to lock in that strategy. Now we're ready to go. So I'm going to click start. And what we get is immediately, it looks like 2 stocks Let's evaluate them. And here's the next step. This is the most important step. This is what I've learned. The money machine is not a turn your back and make money. What we've done is we've created a moment of interest for an entry. That's it. The money machine has given you what's called a gray box entry. Ideally, you're going to find that the most success if you manage the trade from here. Now, here's what I'm going to do. Look at this giant. This is ridiculous. This is not really where it should be. So I'm going to, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to tighten that stop. These are $5,000 allocations simulated. So 5 maximum trades would be 25,000 at the most. Sure, Stacy. What I was saying is stocks that average. See this one here. Let me pull this out. I don't like the way the screen is not. Here, go. This value right here, average volume over 3 months. This stock does 1.5 million shares per day. That guarantees us that we have plenty of liquidity to jump ship if we need to. Stocks that average 100,000 shares a day are probably things we don't want to be in. So what I've told this machine to do, if we click the next symbol, we're also going to be in something above that. Yeah, the average volume is 1.91. So I'm just ensuring that we're getting the proper volume. So back to the really important part here is how to set up the trade manually now. So I'm going to tighten the stop even more. $8 stop. And then look at this. You see how that green target appeared? You got to click that green target, and there's our target. And this is what I'm doing. I'm saying, hey, we get a nice solid bounce out of that. Forget the numbers. The numbers are relative, but I'm risking $8 to try and make 28, or maybe try to make 20. This is what you want to do. So I've been pinching all of these trades to really manage the risk visually, because every single trade I pull up is going to be different. It's not going to look like what you've programmed it to do. Just these programmed settings here are just a starting point. All these stocks are going to be different in their own relative way. Let's look at the next setup. That's a pretty wide stop. We don't need that. We're trying to keep things above. We'll just go ahead and use that purple line, trade ideas resistance. Let's click the target. And there we go. We got a new trade that just came in. So look at visually, what am I looking for? Visual, reward, risk. And that's the reason we're buying pullbacks at the 130. This is why I told Barry earlier, this is a strategy that's going to keep you out of trouble. And as the day goes on, they start to kind of work for you and bounce a little bit, and you can manage them one by one. But step one is coming in here and tightening up your stuff. All right, let's look at the new trade that just came in. Okay, there's a wide egregious stop that needs correcting right off the bat. I think we'll give it to there. And we'll click our green target. And we've got a nice $73 reward for a $25 risk. This is all I have been doing and testing every single day. This is what's working, and I'm sticking with it because it's not getting the user into trouble, and it's giving you some opportunity to really, you can go up and go get a soda pop and, come back and sit down and just kind of see how they're marinating. These are 15-minute charts. They're not going to get out of hand. Let's see. Can I share when ready? Yeah. So let's put it this way, Mike. When the money machine is released, I can share that strategy for people to use. Now, the way it's shared is we use the collaboration feature. That's the original cloud link. We don't use the cloud settings to share. We use collaborate because that works really well with top lists, and we're using top lists and tree maps to sort out which stocks we want to be in. And again, I've only got 3 stocks that have met my criteria. I venture to guess if I lowered that average daily volume from 500,000 to maybe, I don't know, 250,000, might get a few more names, but that's how I have it for now. So I can share this. I can copy the collaborate, but let me show you what you guys got to do. I'm going to, actually, I can't drop the collaborate. I forgot. The YouTube won't let us drop the collaborate, but what I do have is the original cloud. So if I go back to my cloud link, I just type in the key term 130, pull back to the 130. This is my last one, so I'll go ahead and grab that. Now that I have this scan, I can, there you go, there's the 2 names lately. We'll go ahead and I can share this. This is the configuration. So I will save and share this for the few people that just asked. So you kind of have a running head start. This is the setup I've been testing. Let's see, just for fun, if we downsize that average volume by half, what are we going to get? Do we get more than 2 names? We didn't, curiously enough. So it was just a thought. Now, important point, remember, we're setting the bar very low in the P&L. What I mean is you lose the spread when you make the entry, and that's why you'll see an immediate, red sometimes. It's not immediately in the green. If we did that, we would be kind of like simulating a fantasy environment that doesn't really exist. So market orders are usually going to lose the spread. By the way, that's a great point. Let me elaborate on that. The spread. Something just popped in new here. We have what's called a spread filter, but it only works, I'm sure Pepe knows all about this, it only works in our alert windows. So this money machine is desperately in need of that same filter. And as I mentioned, it's running off of a top list. So the developers, they have a task of creating a nice spread filter that will be included probably almost as a default, as a fail-safe. To make sure that, as I was just saying, when a market order is sent, it's not sent with something with a 20-cent spread. So that's going to help also. You won't see maybe as egregious, like I said, you're already down $10 in some of these new trades, but they've been coming back. So let's set up our new trades here. That's an existing trade that's just going a little bit lower. That might stop out. Ew, what is this? We should not be in this. So I look at this and I say, we need to flatten that. And by flattening that, we now leave room for a new stock to come in, because I have set my maximum to 5 positions. Maximum positions 5. Only taking the top 3. So it basically takes the top 3, squirrels away 2 of them at most, and then stops taking new trades. And by the way, by us and me doing what I just did, sharing that scan, it opens it up to crowdsourcing. Somebody else might have an idea to say, hey, Steve, your volume, daily average volume was a good idea, but I did XYZ instead, and it brought in some more names. So, by getting this link out, you guys are going to take it and run with it and, play with it. And it'll be the next layer of kind of, refining what's good and what doesn't work. I'd love for this GFAI to go. I said earlier, this is a gamble. I'm betting, anticipating a move, and if it goes, I do have a stop order above to add to it. It's called a buy stop. So I would say, without me looking, if it trades $1.22, buy me the other half of it automatically. What do I think of Hood? I've been hearing a lot of good things, but the chart looks great as well. They're cleaning up. They're basically, the reflection of the good market. As we keep going to highs, new accounts keep getting open. And what I see technically is just a beautiful pattern. Breakaway gap, gives it back half of it. And look at that 10 SMA, just curl the price. That's why I was mentioning sound. That's why I'm in sound with Andy. That curling of the price here. Look at this. How nice that is. At the 10 SMA. So I've got an offer to sell some sound at 16, which, by the way, the last 2 weeks, I got to at least pat myself and take a humble brag lap. Was a pretty good trade of the week. It's just grinding higher. These AI data centers that are coming online, I think they're starting to panic as to where we're going to get our energy from. That's why the Oklos have been going crazy. The NNEs and the SMR finally got in gear today, a little bit. And then we switch over to UEC, the uranium plays, DNN. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a mad scramble for power. And I think they're going to have to look for nuclear, small reactors. All right, so we're getting a move here in one of our money machine stocks. Look at that. Let's zoom in a little bit. Nice little pop. I think that daily chart's nice. I'm going to raise this one even more. Sometimes the good ones have to pay for the bad ones. And let's go ahead and raise our stop to just under flat. This is the process, guys. This is what I've been doing with consistent results at the end of the day. And the value of the P&L doesn't matter. The consistency of it does, because this is literally the scraping the bare minimum. I'm trading $5,000 lots, 5,000 max, 5 shares maximum stocks. That's $25,000. That's the pattern day trader limit for people. So this is literally the lowest of the low end of what we will be simulating here. You can't stop these quant stocks. And with these quant stocks taking out, how are they going to get power to power these things? So nuclear power, uranium, small modular reactors, these things are still in play. I'd like to have the sim do something, but in the stocks I'm in, I pretty much need to keep them above this 5-day moving average. If they start to break down, that's when I get rid of them at the end of the day and say, you're not really worthy. Yeah. So if you missed those, the main players in modular reactors are SMR. It just needs to break above, and usually the second time is the charm. First time it got stopped at the 50s, second time. Yeah. Let's take that demand globally, David, and that's probably what's kicking all the stuff into gear. Then you've got NNE, Nano, Energy. That one looks pretty darn good to me too. Yeesh, I almost want to buy it. But these are the things I want to be buying down here or down here. It's holding nicely, that little shelf. You could make a case for it. I'll buy a little bit. All right, I bought a little bit. I can't hold back on that. And then what I'll do is I'll just tickle myself here, nudge myself, whatever. If the price trades back down, you can reassess. So that's kind of a little yellow warning. If it doesn't do what I want it to do, I can kick it by the end of the day. I'm in some of this UAVS. Love's going. Yeah, interesting. Have to keep an eye on Southwest Air. NVIDIA, somebody was emailing us about NVIDIA, and I don't really know what to say. It's not really a great looking chart. Excuse me. It's not really it's a good looking chart. It's just not really giving us any information to work with. It's got very overbought trying to get up to this level. If it can hold, if you're watching the person that asked about NVIDIA, if it can hold this general area here for the whole day and just ride that SMA up, you're doing a lot better. NVIDIA is pretty overbought, but what are you going to do? They keep going higher. Let's see. You've got some comments here. Yeah, the last half of September. That's in the back of my mind. Another Oliver. That's why my risk tolerance is very thin. That's why I went home and cashed last night. And trust me, at the end of the day today, I'm going to go through my normal routine of weeding the garden. What doesn't look good by the close of the day. And things that don't look good, they don't make the cut to go into tomorrow. I really want this SYM to do something before the end of the day. We'll see. All right. Yeah, so that's in the back of my mind, another Oliver. Things are not really solid. At any moment, we could just have a crazy pullback. Look at this. So Oklo has established itself as the leader in this modular nuclear technology. I think Jim Cramer hated it back here around, I can't remember, 15. That is definitely the winner. But NNE, which I just bought, I'm going to try and participate. I think NNE's got the second place ribbon. And then SMR seems to have the hardest time getting going, but doesn't mean it can't. Nothing really giving me any issues here. I'd like to see that MindMed do something. Again, I think people are just going to slowly turn away from pharmaceuticals. And this is the world's biggest wedge this thing has been building. And so the first time, I would maybe put a note on a piece of paper if you're interested. The first time that MindMed can close above 10, that might be the shot across the bow to move this thing higher. But until then, every attempt to rally is stymied. That's okay. Eventually, somebody could be accumulating it. All right, let's check in with our money machine. We've got to remember to stay on top of this thing. All right, he's doing fine. That one looks like it's going to do okay. We're just trying to ask these things to just do nothing more for us than just bounce at the 5-day there, right at that blue line. It's a perfect entry. You know, if they're done right, there's very little pain in these things. And of course, if you scale it with a $100,000 account, well, then, you know, your returns, you know, would be 4 times greater. Okay, here's a new one. We need to scale this one. I like the way it's fighting and wicking below that. So we'll go ahead and put a tight stop right about there. We'll risk about $30. Click our target, and $30. We gotta at least risk $30 to make 100. And there's our risk reward setup in that one. And you can see it doesn't require, oh, this one's probably going to stop out. I could look at that now and say, you know what, here's the big question. You could say, all right, do I just flush this thing now and open it up a new spot for somebody else to come in? Or, you know, it's down $13. I'm only risking $2. I have found, and actually it's going to test the low right there. I'm going to lower the stop a little bit. I'm going to lower the stop to 20 and see if it just tries to play games. And then I think what I've discovered is just let the stop take you out, because a lot of times when I guess and just think I can get out before the stop is hit, sometimes you shoot yourself in the foot doing that. I never search SEC files, Oliver. I'm not interested in that stuff. I let the charts tell. I know what the headlines are, but I don't go searching through their files. I know if UAVS, which I was in the other day, files for a $100 million shelf. Okay, that was back here. Had to work itself off. Now it's starting to bounce. I'm kind of interested again. With the Holly AI, and keep in mind, the Holly AI eventually will be integrated into the money machine. So that's, you know, that's going to be a new way of making money with Holly AI, to answer that question. But if we just bring up that window, we've got kind of bifurcation here. Some are doing good and some are doing bad. One thing you can do is just say, show me the profitable trades, and that cuts out a lot of noise. That's one thing you can do. But what I do is I just kind of read these on my 15-minute chart. And when they get to areas, there's the entry of Holly. When they pull back close to the 10 SMA, if you missed this entry, then I just kind of play off of my 10 SMA, because anything that Holly calls is probably going to have great volume and it's going to be in momentum mode. So I just try to, I would play them off of our own merits. This is a short. All right, here's a great example of going short. Let's say you missed the entry. Well, look at this. It went, the people who missed the original entry, they got a second chance. And I'm going to take a moment and say, this is where you should be shorting. If you're going to be a short seller, you need to wait for the bounce up. You need to short green bars up into the downtrending moving average. If you're initiating a new short sell down here or right here, you're going to get bounced out. If you initiate the shares short after it bounces up and touches the moving average, those are your best entries for short sell. It's no different than buying the dip on a strong stock. You're fading the rip. So Holly gave us a short entry, and let's say you missed it, but you pulled it up and it hit this moving average. Like, wow, this is an even better entry than Holly got. I'll go ahead and take it here. Well, those are a couple of ideas that you can use to make money with the AI. Look at this, our little engines that could here slowly turning green. There's the one I didn't want to get stopped out of yet. And we still have an open spot for a new position, but it hasn't come in yet. So when I first turned on the money machine, it was the basic settings of, I can't access that, but it would be, explosive movers, right? So buying new highs of explosive movers, I don't think is the best setup and the best mode for the money machine. Because the first 2 days I was playing with that, it was a mess. I didn't like it. So what I've done is really kind of slowed things down, and we're creating some templates behind the scenes, some pullback templates. This will be one of them. We also have some morning momentums, but just again, be aware if you're going to play that morning momentum, you might have some good days, you might have some bad days. There's a lot more volatility there. Let's take a trip around my account here real quick because it's growing. I like that. I've already taken some off in QS. I'm going to take off a little bit more, and then I'm going to leave the remainder. So I'm offering, okay, I can take off that amount. So I'm going to take off a little bit more QS here. Turn that into cash, and recycle that for tomorrow. All right, I've got 1/3 QS left, and I'm offering at, what am I offering at? $12.23. I'm using back here the high of that wick, so I'm going to leave that in. It's easier to stay in stocks when you've sold 2/3. All right, here comes the SYM. I've added to this one. I've got a good feeling about this one. This is that big cap. I told you the story behind it, and the chart is decent. Any chief operating officer of a manufacturing company is probably getting ready to call these people and figure out how to automate a section of their floor. How the hell do I have? I meant to buy NNE, and I bought SMR. Well, I can't have that. Keystroke error. Jeez. All right. Let's try this instead. I meant to buy NNE. So now I've got them both. Jeez. So I was talking about I was talking about these guys, but that's okay. I'm in the money. And I just added to the sector by what I originally intended to do was NNE. It's a good thing I'm green today. Again, this mind med could be one that explodes out of nowhere. So I've learned I can't trade it. I just got to sit in it. One that I'm watching for a pullback is this AEVA. We almost got it, but see what I do? I use these price alerts to try and maybe time a nice pullback to where? The 5-day moving average. So the closer I can buy AEVA, it's a drone software, wireless autonomous software. They fully expected to get sold. And if you're ever long something and you got 2 big days of run right into the 50-day moving average, just take your profits right there. Just take it because it's going to get held back. The question is, how deep of a pullback are we going to get before it re-challenges that 5-day? All right. What else? Rum. I had to buy this one back this morning because I believe in this one. I think people are going to start bailing on YouTube and start using the Rumble platform a bit more. The chart's nothing to be desired, but good volume came in and starting to like change lanes, as I call it. It's moving upwards through the downtrending moving averages. I call that changing lanes. And that's a good sign of a possible start to a trend reversal. Yeah, that's true, Mike. See, we actually probably got one here in rum. There's the first lower high and the second lower high. And now I'm kind of riding this little pocket here. As I said, changing lanes. Definitely needs to hold. Look at how it held the 5-day there and there. little space here, but I'll give it that. Let's go back to our money machine. So we got a new position. Which one is it? Oh, it bought this one back again. Gosh dang it. So what this is a stock that's been acquired, and for whatever reason, it's triggering. I don't know how to get rid of that. I'm going to have to think about that. I'm going to sell it again, clear up some space. But here's the good news. Look at this little P&L graph. It's like the little engine that could. It starts off, here's our entries, and this is the slippage of our market entries. And since these entries are so solid with pullbacks, this is what I'm experiencing pretty much every day. A little slow grind. Now, what it really comes down to is how well are you maybe guessing or managing. We got a nice little green spike there. We can tighten that if we wanted to. How well are you managing, and how often are you staying, ooh, here's the one that almost stopped us out. Remember, I lowered that stop. Now I'm going to lower it to 18, adjust it. So you see what I'm doing? I'm trying to show you guys the workflow that it's going to take to make the money machine be consistent and do what it's supposed to do. You can't just put a bunch of numbers and menus and submenus and pullbacks and percent raising stops and adjust. There's no one scenario that fits that mold every single time. The power of the money machine is taking trade ideas to the next level and automating what we already see in real time and just doing it for you. But you still need to be there to manage them. The power is the entry. And with this strategy, we're using some pretty solid entries. And that's why I saved this for you guys that are watching, to turn it on from start so you can see that it works in sim mode. And we're giving, like I said, a very low hanging bar, a very low bar to clear in sim mode, in that you're getting the worst price on the market buy. So you're already starting in the hole, but we're starting you from a pretty good strategy. Look at how it's holding that blue line. Now what we need is one little midday bump, and up to here, there's $100 on a small account. And like I said earlier, no trouble on here. There's nothing getting into trouble. So like you guys, I couldn't wait to get my hands on it and run it through the ringer that I wanted to run it through, so I could get a better peace of mind as to what's coming here. New high in QS, we'll take that. We are offering 12.23. I might be wise to cancel that, because this is day one of a breakout. And a lot of times breakouts, I'm going to cancel that order. I'm going to get greedy and cancel. QS, cancel. All right, that's off the board. We're going to let that one run. Yeah, do buyout stocks slew backtesting results? They shouldn't. But however, when you go through all of the backtesting, you'll see all of the triggers, and you can click on the calendar mode. And if there are any stocks that show up in there, there's probably ways to filter that out, just using a simple filter in terms of 10-day change or 20-day change, because those stocks are going sideways for 10, 15 days as they're waiting to be, they're being arbitraged, basically. That's called the arbitrage chart. All right, so no risk in QS. We've got that. I have not got off any sells in sound, though. I would like to get some sells off at $14.99. Yeah, that's the right amount to sell there, I think. About a half. Actually, no, it's 1/3. That's a loaded question, Mike. See, there's so many things that are going to work for our favor. AI is going to be probably the driving force for medical services. I saw a great thesis, or a small bit on what we now know about AI ChatGPT's data. They started collecting it in late 21. all the way through July 25. What they found was interesting. The first adopters were, of course, young male tech people. But now you've got 52% women using it for recipes and directions and problem solving and troubleshooting. It's becoming ubiquitous. And they're not using it for work. That was the other finding. They started using it for work, and they're realizing, holy shit, if this does so well for me at work, I got to be able to solve some issues at home with this. So now they're using it at home, and it's watching the slow adoption of people realize the power of AI. And when they start to realize what I was getting at is, I've already done it myself, guys. I've already uploaded pictures of like some rash or something, and it saved me a doctor's trip. I'm not joking. It's like having your own personal assistant. And the newest version asks follow-up questions, ChatGPT. It's pretty impressive. Grok is slowly blowing ChatGPT out of the water. I'm trying to understand your question, Shaw. You've got a lot of experience, which is the best momentum strategy. I don't trade new highs. I basically try to look for things that are consolidated, and I have my list of names, and like, for instance, GFAI. I kind of know ahead of time before, like the list of names that I like, and based on what sectors are strong today, I'll gravitate to. Now, AI and robotics is kind of strong today. Well, that's what GuardForce is. So what I've done is I found a stock that hasn't ran yet, but I put an alert in here to alert me the moment it starts to break out of this consolidation. And what I'm avoiding, what I'm trying to get at is, I will not chase a big green bar. And the biggest problem with the momentum traders are they're just late. You're buying too late. And so I try to anticipate the momentum, which I was able to do in QS. And I think I was able to do in Sound based on the chart of the daily here. Beautiful, beautiful cupping, as they come out of the back end of that cup, they've usually got some move to them. And that's what I try to position myself for, anticipate, then participate, and then fade out. And as I'm fading out, I very well could be selling to people who are newbies, who are trying to chase momentum. And that's how I play momentum. So it's a loaded question. BMBL. I'm not short BMBL. No, I wouldn't short this one. It's above its 5-day moving average. Let's see. Did we get any new trades down here in the money machine? I'm just going to leave that thing in there, for God's sakes, because it's just going to keep showing up. And what'll happen is I'll wind up losing money on the spread. So I'm going to have to deal with that. I'll talk to the guys about how to avoid arbitrage. That's what it is. It's counting 1, 2, 3, 4. It's counting 10 days back, even though it's only been up here 6 days. It's including these days, so it's a 10-day. It's satisfying the 10-day filter. I suppose I could change it to a 5-day filter, but I don't think I want to do that. But that's one thing I could do. If people are using AI for relationship, no need for for Bumble. Okay, you were talking about the actual company, Short Bumble. Gotcha. Based on, so that brings up a good point. You have a thought, right? And here's where a lot of people get in trouble. Another Oliver. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. And your story might be good, but you might be 6 months early. That happens to me all the time. I'm early. So what we have to do is go to the chart and say, what's the chart telling us? Well, it's back above all moving averages, both daily and intraday. It's not really a good short candidate, but you keep that concept in the back of your mind, Oliver, and one day it might be time to short BMBL. Yeah, sure. I'm glad you brought that up, Stacy. So one of my favorite indicators for newer traders, and I don't use it, and I probably should have it up here because I need to remind people that we have it, is the trade wave. So it's under indicators, trade wave. And now all it does is just kind of confirm or deny where the buys and sells are the buy and sell tag. So for Bumble, you can see another Oliver. Technically speaking, we're under a buy tag in Bumble, right at that 5-day moving average. Now for momentum plays, it's tough because any stock that you pull up on that's under momentum, Stacy, is already going to have a buy tag in it. So let's go back like in a couple of things. Okay, I'm sitting in a buy tag for GFAI. It's consolidated enough to where it's not threatening. So I'm anticipating, but I've got my buy tag anticipating. Remember, if you heard me say earlier, I'm going to mark it here with an alert. If it trades 122, I have a buy stop, which is an automatic buy to add to my position. I don't even have to look at it. So these are how I start to anticipate possible moves. If we go to Sound, there's going to be a buy tag in there, I bet you. Yep. And so basically, this is right about where I bought Sound. Andy showed me Sound right here, and I picked it up without hesitation. And it was already a buy tag from yesterday. So that was a good looking one. Now we just ride it. You could ride it until you get a sell tag. That's the other question that people ask. Well, how do I know when to sell? Well, believe it or not, the S tag is more often than not the way to try and maximize and squeeze out every last bit of your profits. See QS, the other one I bought this morning. I bet we got a buy tag in that one. Yeah, we did. It came in pretty much yesterday and carried into today. So hopefully, Stacy, hopefully I'm going down the right path that you wanted to see here. But without a doubt, I get caught up in my own trading, and I don't show this enough. I'll try to leave this on here. More people see it. All right, I see my P&L is improving. Looks like I'm getting some relief in Rumble. I am. It's time to add more. It's time to go jugular for Rumble. Market. I don't mess around with limits. Just get me in. Once I decide I want in, just get me in. The smart order routing is strong. All right, good, Stacy. Thanks for the feedback. Free way to scan for a new buy tag. Yes, there is. Thank you for bringing that up. There's no audible alert, but what you got to do is you got to be on top of it. All right, new high in Sim. I like that. I'm getting a nice lift here. Not bad for coming in flat today. So to answer your question, we're going to the E, Explorer, Truth Seeker, Explorer, Market Explorer window. Everybody has access to this. Okay, it pulls up like this and confuses people. It looks like they don't have access, but you do. Right click, strategy, trade wave, daily, weekly, 5. So here's our 5-minute list of ideas, and this was programmed by Michael before he left. What we need to do is put a 5-minute chart up here so we do it correctly. And ideally, these are going to be the ones that have come in the most recently. And that looks to be the case. It's sorting on time. ARM is the most recent B tag. There it is. It just popped in there. So you got a B tag and ARM. Not a bad looking daily. RDN B tag right there, I bet you. Where did it go? Huh. That's weird. Maybe it came and then disappeared. There was a B tag. Now there's a sell tag. So these are still today's. That's still in play. That might not be a bad one. That's a nice little 1-hour consolidation. So I'm answering Truth Seeker's question. Can we get automated fresh buy and sell tags? Like, can the system tell me when you just got a fresh B? You just showed me your positions, Steve, but they all had, early morning Bs. What's coming out right now? Well, the most recent one that just came in was ARM. We've got to look at the daily chart. Really nice bottoming tail. Could be some room for upside in that one. So there you go. Truth Seeker, Market Explorer. You've got a whole trade wave option. And I got to go back to 15 minutes here. All right, look at this. We're getting a nice push in that blaze. Really nice daily chart too. I'm going to maybe try and lock something in down there. We're going to up our stop. We're doing a trailing stop now. Our stop is now in the money, 21 bucks. Next position, we need to get some separation here. Nothing to do yet. Look at how they're all bouncing nicely off that 5-day. We can tighten that stop a little bit. We got to get a big bounce to make 19 bucks in that name for some reason. All right. There is no link, but just once again, for anybody who missed it, Trade Ideas Pro, new Explorer, Market Explorer window. Real simple starting point, and you go into menu maze heaven here, or hell, whatever you want to call it. Trade wave, 5 minute. So a 5, a daily, and a weekly. If you want to do things slowly on the swing trading platform, go to the daily one and look and see where some nice daily swing trades are. Ideally, they will come out like the day of. So you go at the end of the day and you see where your nighttime scan or your early morning scan, and maybe see which were the most recent buy tags on the daily charts. And then those could be interesting swing trade candidates. Really getting a good push here. What am I offering in sound? It's starting to get a little out of hand here. $15.99. I'm close. I'm really close. I'm going to lower it to 95. I want to make them pay up. There's something satisfying about putting your price out there and having them pay you instead of you sell to them. So 95 is my price. I'll go 94. 95. And this would be my first profit chunk. It looks like it's about a third. Come on, go hit me. Go take it. It's there. It's on sale. $0.02 away. Go get me. You got it. You got to pay up for it. Go ring the bell. Take my attention off of it here and notice again this solid 1 hour, less than 1 hour really, slow grind higher. So I'm going to be leaving here in a couple of minutes, but be rest assured this template will be available to you guys. We're 1 penny away. Go take it. Come on. You want it. Don't nibble it.
You know that talking to a chart is the first sign of something.
There it's gone. Thank you. I love it when I get my price.
Well, it's because I came in.
There you go.
I actually put a little, I joke around with people. I put little, price targets above where I am. And I say, okay, I'm going to induce it upwards, and it's amazing how many times that works. And people think, oh my gosh, what a fantastic program Trade Ideas. All you have to do is put a price target above your price and it'll happen. I'd say, no. We're just having fun here.
Yep.
Anyway.
So on the sound, now we got an R, we got a purple R. So that's telling me where my next level of offer is going to go, around 1650. So I'll do that after I sign off. I'll probably not get it yet, but that'll be the ultimate offer for the next chunk. And as you see, Barry, the money machine, as I said, as I promised, this particular setting, not bad. It grinds higher. It just grinds higher and keeps you out of trouble.
Yeah, well,
but
again, I said good combination.
You have to babysit it. You can't turn away from it. So
this is not automated in that regard. No, you have to babysit it. And
it's gray box.
Gray
box. Somebody's black box is in and out. That's very hard to do, but gray box is in, and then you manage the out.
Right. Hadn't heard that term before, but that makes sense.
All right.
Okay, my friend. Well, listen, take off. It's 5-2, so just don't close down the room, of course. And
I won't do
that for you to.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Steve is gone. And one last thing for me to do, just get my music going. All right. So I had a price alert for this one, this FIGR. I can't remember why I oh, this is now an all-time high for it. Almost an all-time high for it. Don't get mesmerized by all these other what look like candles up here. This stopped trading as FIGR back in 2021, and this company started IPO'd, I guess, last week. Wanted this symbol, took it, so now it's an all-time high for it. Good. Well, I'm glad you got some good trades in Bree. Not shortable for me. I think I said this before. Not shortable for me to Interactive Brokers, but probably a good thing. Probably a good thing. You know, you could have been trying to test it at many, many, many different areas to short, and would have got hurt. Man, I know. I remember seeing this GGAL at around 27.55, but it was just when I was going to be taking my break. So very, very nice and steady down 27.20 now. 35-cent move since I was looking at taking it, and that's the GGAL. I'm sort of looking at this TIC, guys. It's doing really nothing. It's just kind of basing above the whole number. When you look left, it definitely has some room. 1362 or so is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. That is TIC. I mean, it might be boring as heck. I mean, it's just not really moving. But if it ever starts to move, you might have to take it. Walmart, really? Walmart was an untradeable insta drop. Walmart or another symbol. Oh, I see what you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Look at that. Wonder if that was real. 104 down to 102. Yeah. All right. DBX Dropbox. So on the weekly chart, it's got some room. Let's take a look at a daily chart. And nope, nope. $31. The next low is 30.88. So I'm not interested. Well, NTLA guys, I did. This is the video I did. I did the video on NTLA, and wondering if it would take out 15, and if it did, I mean, the next high, I mean, it's almost there. It almost got there. 1531, 1517 is the high. 1530, 1529 is the next high looking left. So it's really getting close to that high. That was a really nice one from the AI. 6% move now. Cracker Barrel on a short, a 4% move down. I mean, this has got some room. The SKE 1667 is the next low, but I'm always reluctant to take something near the whole number. Always thinking the whole number might hold it for a while anyway. So if I waited, then it's not, then it's too close. Next low. So it just becomes something even though I kind of like it because of the room, but always reluctant to take something over a whole number. Wow, look at Lay's, guys. I saw Lay's actually as I was taking my break. Look at Lay's now, LASE. Little pop here. Next high looking left on the weekly chart anyway, 679. Had news in the pre-market. Next high, actually, it's got room. It does have room, 470. Not saying it's getting there, but it is on the move, obviously. A lot of volume. Look at the volume coming in. This is kind of one of those, that pop in the pre-market, have a little bit of action when the market opens, and then does nothing for a long period well, relatively nothing for a long period of time. And then sometime in the afternoon, you get some volume coming in and it just pops it. Haven't seen one for a while, at least, and one that sort of sustains. I don't know if this is going to sustain that move, but look at the volume that came in. I'm not saying it's the biggest 2-minute volume bar, but certainly looking back. Well, you know what? I was trying to see if that is the biggest volume bar of the day. It may not be, but it's certainly going to be it's a big one. So it wasn't the biggest, but the opening 2-minute was about 2.24 million. This is 1.82 million though, so it's probably the second biggest volume bar of the day for Lay's, LASE. Still a little bit of room, guys. Yeah, 472 on the daily chart. Not saying it's getting there, but it just still does have some room. Market, boy, the Qs are still ripping higher. Dow is up. SPY is moving higher. Well, dropping a little bit in the last 5, but boy, the Qs, I guess, is SMH is still moving higher. Yeah. All right, guys, it is now 1:04, so I think last look at my homepage, including this. You know what? I'm going to get the guy who looks after my homepage. I'm going to get him to add these two. Maybe. I just had the feeling people don't want to short that much, so this is just for me. People really want to see the active one, so there you go. These two, yeah, not going to be as dynamic as this one by any stretch. I'm sort of really gravitating towards this large cap losers. So instead of it being on my homepage, you can ask me for it and I'll give it to you. But do have a lot of other things on my homepage, other scans that I'm sharing. So clicking on my homepage link is what you're going to find. So here's how you can take out a subscription right now to Trade Ideas using my promo code. the Berry 15. That'll get you 15% off, first month only or the entire year. And those of you who are in YouTube, if you ever did want to come into the what I call the main room, just save my link. And even people who are in the room every day, saving my link, then that means you can access the trading room link right here. Okay. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. The code really, using my code helps to keep the room free. Company tracks the promos. So they see enough people using my code, they'll say, okay, we'll keep the room free. Scroll down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can have this, Steve. I don't know if he talked about it at all when he was in YouTube between 12 and 1, but he's the originator of the trades of the week, all free. So if you sign up for it, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. First thing to do, if you do take out a subscription, more info, get down to the education section, click on the more info. And now here's our user guide. Just want to show you the user guide and show you, how the stock races, obviously I have 3 of them running. Here's how you can create your own. If you have any questions about the stock racing, please ask. But here are my scans, okay? So if you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down, and here they are, middle section, here they are. So click on that. Don't have this one up and running at all. I have the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is this one right there. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Here's my single stock window down here. Here's some scans that I'm still sharing. I'm not running them now, but a momentum scan, a gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. Pulse resumes is over here. And you'll notice these 2 are not there, but if you want them, I can always give them to you. Okay. Why am I not using these? I'm really trying to pare down the number of symbols that I look at all day long, and I'm finding this is my right now, the more or less at the beginning of the day, my go-to. It's been wonderful to me this week. DBX. Now I think I said I didn't want it, but yeah, because of that. 3082 is the next low. Boy, NTLA, I did not take this one, guys, but if you took, you follow that wave, I mean, you only had one little downturn here, and this is on a 2-minute chart. Remember, the lower the time frame, the more likely you're going to get orange, blue all over the place. On the lower, like on a 15, if the trend is still super solid all day, more than likely this will be blue the entire day. But on a 2-minute, you're going to get a little downturn sometimes, and that'll turn it orange for a while. Not at all. So this is a very nice one from the AI guys. Our AI now is coming right into that resistance. Now, is it going to be resistance? I don't know. But that red line, that purple line on my daily chart, 2-minute chart, that is showing the next high on a daily chart. So you know what I'll do? I'll go to a monthly chart. Probably have to go. What are we at now? Well, maybe I'll go to a weekly chart. That might be better. Yeah, there we go. That's probably it right there. That 1529, 1530. That's what that line is. So does it mean it's going to absolutely stall there? No, but at least we're aware of it. The next high after that is 50. Wow, guys, the next high after that on a weekly chart is almost 16. So this still has room if it takes out that little weekly high. I'm sure that would have shown up in the combo scan. Look at the option volume today, 19,500 so far, which is 6 times normal. So I heard Steve talk about in the Market Explorer, we do have a way in which you can get an alert. Unfortunately, not a sound alert, but so you'd have to be staring at it. But when you do get a buy flag, I think maybe a sell flag also, but certainly a buy flag. Ideally, what we want to be able to do ultimately is, and in this case, I would have to have an alert window, is to get an alert of the stocks that you are following generating a buy flag, like a real time alert. Because right now, the only way to get an alert is if you click on New, then Market Explorer window. This is the window that pops up. Right click on it. Excuse me. Hover over Strategy. Another big box pops up. Scroll down to the Trade Wave. Another box pops up. Trade Wave buy 5 minutes. So I'd have to have a 5 minute chart up. And this is not, and the reason this is just not customizable. Okay, so whatever you get here, so you might not like that price range. The volume is usually going to be fine. Okay, you're not going to find things that are really low volume. That volume refers to the actual uh, bar. So let's take a look at what time is it now. So ASML on a 5 minute chart, assuming it did not retrace, there it is. Okay, so there's the buy. So if you stare at this all day long, every 5 minutes, you could get a buy alert of something. But what would be a lot nicer is if you created your own scan and as your trigger, a buy alert, a buy flag as your trigger. So here's the BLSH, not bad. I mean, here was the buy, came back down, and you can see this is the trigger. Now the candle has to close. I'm actually surprised. 59. I'm sort of surprised we got the alert. Well, at any rate, you get the alert. Typically, at the high or the close, I should say, the close of the candle. Okay, that you're getting the alert on. That doesn't make sense in this case because looks like you got the alert at the high, and then the next candle formed. But anyway, is it may not be perfect. Let's take a look at ARM. I know Steve was talking about ARM. 146.60. What did it do from there? Yeah, it didn't really move that much. But anyway, the ideal situation though would be able to create your own scan. Put that. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Open the momentum scan. Ooh, almost did it. So here's the momentum scan. Now, for these for all your alert windows, I don't really go over alert windows too much because I don't have one up and running. But if I look at this and in the configure, this is what it's looking for. As long as the stock is between $100 and $100, the current volume, this is very, very strong, 20 times normal of this time of day, etc. So all these filters have to be met. And then in this case, if the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. What would be nice is creating your own scan, and instead of maybe in addition to, but certainly at least to have when you get a buy flag, you get an alert, a real-time alert. Okay, you can't do that yet. Well, I was rather the crystal ball was working. Well, I shouldn't say was working, but I did my video today on NTLA, and it was sitting right around here. My video right around noon Eastern. It was sitting right around the 14 day, and I said, guys, if it takes out the 15, look out because it's got some room. And oh, this is what's happened. It got 15, and it's just marching its way up. Now, is it 100% that was going to happen? Of course not. But you can see how beautiful this wave is. Very narrow. I mean, it's starting to widen a little bit here, but it's so narrow right here, which just keeps you in the trade. Keeps you in the trade. I heard Steve talk about trade wave and saying it was good for new people. Well, I think it's good for old people too. I think it just really can help you keep in a trade a lot longer than you ever. Wow, look at Lays now, guys. LASE. So that high looking left on the weekly chart still has room. No, no, I'm not. I'm just Brenda. What I was saying is it would be nice if down the road we can actually set alerts in your own scans for a buy flag or a sell flag. There's no way it's going to be on the next one, and it may never happen. Okay, I'm just saying it would be a really nice addition. Did you see what I was demonstrating in the Market Explorer? I mean, there's a scan right now. Okay, but again, it's not. It's just not customizable. Ah, tick tick tick. Forgot to keep watching this. There's about a dime, a little more than a dime since I. Oh, okay. To bring it up, you just click on New from the toolbar. Okay, I'm talking to Brenda and anybody else who's looking for that particular scan, the trade wave scan in 5 minutes. So click on New from the toolbar, and then where you see Market Explorer window, click on Market Explorer window, and you're going to see this pop up. Next step, right click on it, and a box pops up. Hover over select strategy. Another box is going to pop up. Okay. Move down, move down, move down until you get to the trade wave. Another box pops up and then trade wave by 5 minutes. I mean, you can use it, if you're more into swing trading, person's more into swing trading, as Steve was saying, take a look at it on the day, on the daily and the weekly. If you're intraday trading, and just click on the trade wave by 5 minutes. And so the last one that happened was at 105. Since then, nothing else is triggered. 119 now. Every 5 minutes, no sooner than 5 minutes will you get an alert. Okay, no sooner, but it doesn't mean you'll get one every 5 minutes. As you can see, the last one was at 105. So I mean, listen, the exercise might be this: as at the beginning of the day, watch it. Maybe we will catch. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. At the beginning of the day tomorrow, I will watch this to see what sort of early ones we're getting. And it's all time stamped. So in order for my not forgetting it, I'll incorporate this as part of my layout. I don't think it works in the pre-market. No. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, it does. Yeah, it does. 8:35. Yeah. This is all Eastern time. So it does actually work in the pre-market too. But if you want to wait for 9:30, there it is. So let's just say for argument's sake, QS triggered at 10:50. Yeah, pretty good. Sold. But seriously, okay, I mean, are they all gonna work like this? You know what? The exercise is this. Check what happened after at that buy flag for QS, 1050. Stock is now 1189. Are they all gonna be like that? Doubtful, but let's take a look at the next one. PGYA, 43.29. Wow, up to 44.74. Now, and you can pick and choose which ones you want in terms of, how comfortable you are in a certain price range. KTOS. Okay, guys, I think we have a winner here. Okay, KTOS, 77.27, 79. Western Digital. This probably has got to be higher because it was, yeah, 103, 105. Now, UPS, okay, this is not tech, of course, 84.92. I moved a little bit, but that might be an interesting exercise, okay? To have this, so incorporate it as part of your layout, not just to you, Brenda, but anybody else who wants to take a look at this. Oh, also, I was looking at a 2-minute chart. You need to be on a 5-minute chart, but and just see what the early ones are. Now, look, there are a ton of them. See that? That's the problem. That is the problem. I mean, look how many you get at 9:30. So, which one do you want to take? But, maybe you eliminate some based on price range you don't like. I'll do it though. Tomorrow I will actually take a look. So I'm going to incorporate this as part of my layout. My other monitor. Yeah, Liz, wow, wow was right, Baba. And at least that's some news. So I can see the market is just kind of flattened out now. Bit of a choppy day, we got orange, blue, orange, blue, orange, blue. Many days we see, I mean, it's not that we don't see the two colors, but many days we see a lot more sustained trend before it changes. Then we see another sustained trend the other way. But, this is a little more choppy. You can just see. All right, William, I'm sure you probably said what time you're going to keep this room open till. Is it 3:30, 3:45, 4 o'clock, or not at all? 3:30ish. Okay, so guys, around 2 o'clock, I start feeling my way out of the room. I'll always stick around if you have questions, but around 2 o'clock, I start thinking about leaving. But when I do leave, William says he'll keep the main room open 3:30ish. Okay, so even after I leave. And for those of you in YouTube, I do have to shut YouTube down completely, but you can always head over to the main room, and I can give you the link for that later. Well, this would have been a really nice one. And probably pretty gentle, yeah, G-Gal. Yeah, excuse me, a little bit of a pop-up here, but not much. And this again was one of the ones that I saw earlier, or around the 12, sorry, around the 27 55 mark, I believe, as a potential short, but I was going to be taking my break. So I do see one thing you can do if it's of interest. I was wondering about this, so I probably wouldn't, but you might want to do it. But you can, if you right click on it and look at the columns. So here are the columns you can add. These are the ones that are showing right now. This is pretty cool. This relative volume. This is not the day's relative volume. This is the candle. So these are the three: the volume, relative volume of the candle itself, and that's selling. That's a lot of volume for ARM. 770,000 shares in that 5 minute, and there's the total volume. But you can add some other ones if you want. Don't ask me what they all mean. This is not this Michael Noss. Some of you may remember Michael Noss, who used to work at Trade Ideas not unlike myself, as a contractor. He left almost a year ago now, I think in November of last year. But so he's the creator of all of these. And I'll be honest, I don't think most people use them. All these Market Explorer scans, there are a ton of them. Again, they're all can't customize any of them. Yeah, I don't think it has a history option, but let's take a look. I don't think it does, but you never know. I don't use it, as you can see. I don't, but I will have that one up and running tomorrow. Yeah, but you can certainly scroll back. I don't know how. Okay, I'm going back to. I mean, it doesn't have a history option, but I've scrolled back to. Let's see, the 29th of August. So I don't know. So it obviously has some history. Believe me, guys, I feel conflicted about not taking these little ones, but I'm so into these larger cap stocks now. So if I want to take some of these, I have to have to change my way of thinking again. Do I have an error here? Oh man, this one would have been fabulous. Seriously. About a 60-cent move now in a very very controlled way for the G gal, and who knows where it's going. Interesting. This is the one that gave me a great short yesterday from this scan. Now it's on the long side. I mean, look what it did. Look what Mir did yesterday. I mean, I can't remember where I got it, but look where it closed right at the low of the day. I mean, it just kept moving down, 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 down all day long. Now it's having a recovery day. So what time is it now? 1:32, guys. So any questions? About half an hour. I'll probably leave. You mean the election a couple of years ago, or when Millet got in? Are you talking about that election? You can't be. Oh, I'm on the wrong stock. Maybe you are. Oh, okay. Is this like is that was the election day or a month? It was um no, this is not recent. He definitely got elected last year. If you're talking about the general election, do you know what I'm going to do? Just give me a
Javier Milei was elected president of Argentina in a runoff election on November 19th, 2023. He took office on December 10th, 2023.
So yeah, I mean, so it was 2023. I thought it was a lot, quite a while ago. Maybe there's another one, but that was. But does look like you're right. Something since December or January has really caused the overall market to drop. But certainly, what well, definitely wasn't the general election anyway. Ah, and a key provincial election. Okay, a provincial. Okay. Well, I guess that'd do it. Meanwhile, Lays is just, if you use the old term, severe rippage now, guys, for Lays, LASE. It's above now that high. Now the next high is 679. Oh, so I see what you're talking about also. So BMA, of course, is another Argentinian bank. So you were trying to go long it? A bounce. Okay, I see. That seems crazy to me. Lay's never it won the last race, but that's the first race, maybe it won. Now, it could have come second 100 times. Coming second isn't the worst thing, but other stocks, for whatever reason, when Lay's was doing its thing, there was always a stock that beat it. Well, best thing I can say about this Brie right now is that it's holding at the VWAP. You're interested, 31.14. So yeah, so that's the VWAP because that takes into account the pre-market. So it's just a little bit above the VWAP, but it is orange. Now, the interesting thing, I mean, I clicked on this CTRI. Now, this works on a 5-minute chart. I mean, that's where you'll get the actual alert. But if you're using a 2-minute chart, you can still see more than likely you will get a buy flag also. So at 22.46, modest move. I probably wouldn't have taken it anyway because it's just below the VWAP. Speaking of the VWAP, guys, so now you're getting a break, a little bit of a break under the VWAP now for the SPY. And the SPY is still, the Qs have dropped just a little bit. The SPY's dropped a bit. Dow is still up, but you're getting a break under the VWAP now for the SPY. Little sell flag. Well, remember, I wanted to take that ROIV, but I did not anticipate it would work, so I didn't take it. Now it actually looks like it wants to bounce a bit. I really, really like this one underneath 14, underneath 15. Why? Underneath that whole number, a lot of room underneath, but I was going to be taking my break, so I didn't do it. Okay, something's wrong with this. I think I've got my sort wrong or something. Just give me a moment. I have to wait for 30 seconds before this starts. Yes. Sorry, guys. I got this stock thumbnail. That's the tick. No, this is not working the way it's supposed to. I'm supposed to see stocks dropping. I'm obviously sorting it wrong. Ah, oh man, guys, tick, 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 tick. Remember, I was talking about it. It was putting me to sleep. This is it right up here, guys. Had all that room. Okay. This is the first one I've taken from this. The large cap, the biggest large cap gainers. Okay, what the heck am I doing wrong? I should not see positive numbers here. I mean, they still are making their way down, but I should not see positive numbers. Should not see that little pop. Talking to myself, I know. Okay, guys, I've got about 15. Wow, look at the NTLA. What a nice move. Pepe, I'm brain dead or something. Why am I seeing positive numbers here? I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I don't know why I'm seeing positive numbers here. Well, I thought, but I could have sworn I was seeing negative numbers before. I mean, these are all positive numbers. Obviously, these are the ones that are moving up the most. And if no stock is, I mean, unless they're saying no, then that should be above this. If they're saying there's no stock meeting the requirements, but we're going to show you the one that is moving the least high. I don't know how else I could. I've changed it from the open. I've changed it from the close. I've ch- I've made it descending, ascending. I always get the same values. This is obviously descending, and I would think the other one should be ascending because you want to see the ones that are down the most at the top, and then in ascending, meaning the ones that aren't the most down. I mean, it's not a big deal because they don't move that much, but I just don't understand why I'm seeing it like that. Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't I do this? I'm going to duplicate this window. Of course. So what I've done is I basically flipped the script. I want to see the sort order. That's all. We'll wait for this race to start at 3:30 at 3 minutes and 30 seconds, kind of revving up, revving up. Okay. Okay. So now I'm going to change the sort. I'm going to change. Nope, that's the wrong sort order. Well, okay, maybe it just took a while. No, it's a wrong sort order. I mean, this should be at the top here. This is down 0.26%. This should be at the top. So I will now change. There's only one other thing I can do. All right, guys, it's 1:52, so I may be taking off in about 8 minutes. So I will always stick around for questions. Okay, that's working. That is working. That is not working. You're right. I mean, this should say negative 0.31%. Unless this is moving down. Maybe you're right, unless this is actually moving down. Let's take a look at it. No, it's moving up. I give up. I'll do it after hours. I mean, I just trying to figure out why that's happening. Meanwhile, tick is ticking up a little bit more for me. Look how it flattened out. I decided to take it as it was flattening out. I know Pepe will figure it out. I know he will. Ah, okay. Well, tell me what price alert you want, and I'll put it on it. All right, guys. 5 minutes. Boy, I wish this were earlier in the day. Look at the IRE and look at the room. It's gone, man. It's got $2. $2 to that next low. 36.50. That's on a daily chart. $2 to the next low for our IREN. I wish that were a little earlier in the day. Will Duo make it to the 450 level before stalling? No. Let's see it. Let's see. Ha. Well, well, that is the 450 level of which you speak, right there on the daily chart. I think it'll stall at 4. How's that? It's basically trading its range today. Okay. It's average true range. It's basically trading. Which is pretty, its true range is 90 cents. So it's had some, I guess, well, obviously being influenced by these days where it had huge moves. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, BMA, I mean, yeah, I mean, this, I'm getting more and more intrigued by the scan now. I think of this more of like scalp type trades, but why not? Here's BMA, the last one. Okay, let's say now a cheap one. This will be a good test. I don't like the cheap ones that much. So 554. So it did not really move. BMA though, 39, $40. Moved 38 cents. Not bad. Okay, guys, it is basically 2 o'clock now. So unless I see any questions, I am going to take off. So in case I'll start off my preamble again. Thanks for all the help all day long. Always appreciated. Both rooms. The main room will get open at 7:30 tomorrow. Either Chris or William will open the room at 7:30 Eastern time tomorrow. I'll try to open the room sometime between the YouTube room between 8:30 and 8:40. I'll get on the mic. Both rooms at around 9. Oh, I see a support question. Hold on, Shady saying. Are you talking about the float, Shady? Or are you just kidding around? Are you talking about when we don't have when there's no or are you just kidding around? You're talking about when there's no float information when it's blank? So I have to take it like you're asking me a serious question. Oh, okay, you are serious. All right. And is that what you mean? Are you talking about when for whatever reason we have no value for the float? Because that's the only one that I've got. Ah, that I don't know. But let's see. Maybe you can adapt it, though float is in the but let's just take a look at it, okay? And maybe you can figure out a way to adapt it. Now, I hope I still have it. I don't think I got rid of it, but let's take a look. Boy, this brings me back many, many years, guys, when I used to love making all these formulas. So here's the float with blank. So maybe, Shady. Yeah, I know, I know. But maybe if you replace that float here and here with the filter that you're looking at. So for instance, so I mean, here are some of the imagine. I mean, I don't know, but if you substitute a price in that formula, you substituted price. I'm just making that up, of course, for float or any one of these. If one of these makes sense, if you're looking at one of these, like ATR example, maybe there's for whatever reason we don't have ATR data, and so you substitute where we saw float, we substitute ATR. This maybe I don't know, never tried. So right there, you would put ATR, ATR. Just I mean I don't know in case there's no in case we don't have a value for it. I'm just using ATR as an example. So these are some of the formula, and then of course the other one. Do, do you have this in case anything here makes sense for you to use? Do you have this? Is you- Okay. Well, what are the values? Of course, I did not create it. So that comma 100 and 0.00001. If I want to say this is some kind of a minimum, I'm not some kind of a maximum, but maybe Pepe knows. I can't remember. I think Brad did this a long, 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 long time ago. But it's obviously just trying to find some number that's barely over zero, and then this 100. I'm not sure. What would happen if you just you took this and put ATR in? The problem is, give me an example of one that has a null value, and let's see if it works. Or have you tried? Like, what null value are you talking about other than float? Oh, okay, right. Well, first of all, I'm pretty sure it's going to take it. Okay, first of all, I'm pretty sure it's going to take it. But let me take that. I mean, I don't need these anymore. Okay, and I'll just substitute. Now it's ATR, I think in caps. Yeah, exactly. I get it. Yeah. It's ATR in caps, right? Because it has to be exact. All I'm doing now is I just want to see if the formula is taken in this form. Number one. Okay. Let's see. I save it. So it did save it. So it did save it. Now, whether that's giving you what you want, I don't know. But at least we're not getting an error by just substituting any one of those values into this formula. Values meaning these things, of course. Well, do you have one? I know you're saying just for the purposes of it. Is there one you can test that on to see if it works? Oh, I see. So that's a short. So what Pepe has got is that's a short version instead of using the if and statement, I guess, or if then statement. So you don't have to go through this. I sort of remember that now. You just have to put the float and then double question mark 100. That would for this. Not, so what he's saying is that you could go ATR double question mark minus 999. So are you saying that if you put like 999 in the min or something, that means the ATR has to be a minimum of 999? Is that what that means? Which is, pretty, which would probably cover virtually well, most stocks. Is that what that would mean? Okay, so the min and the max. So if you wanted to see the ATR, okay, the min and max. Okay. So if you wanted, so you would use, I see. That's your formula, ATR, in this particular case. Question mark, minus 999. And then in the min and the max, you would just put whatever you want. And that'll take care of any stock that for whatever reason we don't have an ATR. But that'll get you the ATR. Interesting. Never tried it. Really? I am not muted. My mic is definitely on, and the mic here is on, so don't know why. I can give this to you, Wei Dong. Okay, I can give it to you. The large cap loser. Okay, there it is. And remember, if you load it now, you're not going to get all these. Okay, these are because I loaded this at 9:30. So this is over the course of the day. So if you load it right now, yours is starting from 2:11 Eastern time. All right, tick, 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 tick. All right, guys. Well, I'll let you guys hash it out. Okay, Pepe and Shady. I certainly cannot offer anything. So again, guys, thanks for all the help. Now, if there's a question, I will stick around. Another question. I thought Shady was kidding because what Shady was we get some jokers sometimes when I'm ready to leave, and they'll ask what they know is maybe one of the hardest questions they could ask, just as a joke. So, but Shady was actually serious. So, oh, that's fair, old man from the pond. No, I actually, who would do that? William would do that. That is a William, not a Shady. I have to admit. Or a Rich. I think Rich is gone. Rich or Rick. Rick is a jokester also. Oh yeah, you would. Oh yeah, Rich. Come clean. Talking in For those of you in YouTube wondering what's going on, I'm talking to people in the main room. So just again, guys, if you're in the YouTube room and you do want to head over to the other room, just click on my homepage link. Scroll down a bit on the right hand side. There's a link for the trading room, just in case. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me. I don't see any more questions. So again, thanks a lot. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. I think I'm going to watch my Blue Jays. I think they're playing an early game in Tampa. Yeah, maybe I won't. They're down 3-0. Okay, guys, I will mute myself now in the main room, and I'll stop the screen sharing, and I will end the stream in YouTube.